Chapter 3470. Half. Duan Lingtian replied to Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's reply. Half. My space sword Dao is based on the destruction sword Dao that my master taught me. If it weren't for my master's destruction sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to comprehend my own space sword Dao. Duan Lingtian did not hide anything from Ling Jueyun. Your master. He's not bad. Ling Jueyun sighed in relief. He instinctively glanced at Feng Qingyang, who was sitting next to Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he said, "It's rare to find someone who can comprehend their own Dao in a Devata realm. In fact, even in the realms of gods, such people are extremely rare. If such people don't die prematurely, they'll have a chance to become a supreme powerhouse. Among the utmost powerful ones, close to half are such people." After all, Ling Jueyun was a native of the realm of gods, and the divine offering land, and he was the only one who knew more about the realms of gods than anyone else. He had come here to seek refuge. If your master can survive until the end, he'll have a bright future ahead of him. Ling Jueyun said. I think so too. Duan Lingtian glanced at his master, Feng Qingyang, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he was in the mundane realm, he had received his master's legacy. He had been shocked by the sovereign heart sword that Feng Qingyang had left behind. To a certain extent, the sovereign heart sword was superior to the celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms. For this reason, when he was in the mundane realm, he had always been invincible with the sovereign heart sword. Unless he encountered someone whose cultivation was far superior to his, he could deal with them. In the mundane plane, it was nothing to be invincible with the sovereign heart sword, but it was the sovereign heart sword that was so domineering and terrifying that it could surpass a few levels. Even now, his cultivation in the Sword Scar Canyon was only a small part of the reason why he was able to comprehend the space sword principle. The main reason was the sovereign heart sword that he had mastered in the past. The sovereign heart sword was created by his master, Feng Qingyang. Even his master's current destruction sword Dao was based on the sovereign heart sword. Due to this reason, after Feng Qingyang picked up the sovereign heart sword that had been abandoned for a long time, he was able to comprehend his master's destruction sword Dao as though he was blessed by the gods. On top of that, he had the supreme powerhouse's godhead left behind by a supreme powerhouse who was proficient in the law of space, which had allowed him to comprehend the law of space without fail. Coupled with his comprehension of the destruction sword Dao, he had finally grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. Now, he was able to integrate the many profundities of the law of space into his sword moves. It was far more powerful than 1 + 1 = 2. I originally thought that your current strength would be inferior to mine. However, based on the current situation, I'm looking forward to it. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian with fighting spirit in his eyes. He did not cower because Duan Lingtian had grasped the basics of the space sword Dao. He did not think that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. It seems like your strength has improved a lot over the years. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he sensed Ling Jueyun's confidence. It seems like I'll have to have a good fight with you later. Bring it on. A rare bright smile appeared on Ling Jueyun's cold face. It was rare for Tang Sanpao, who was usually eloquent, to remain silent at this moment. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian's back in a daze. A hint of fighting spirit could be seen in the depths of his eyes as well. It was obvious this was because of Duan Lingtian's earlier attack. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the voice of Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Shu Konghai was also the host of this year's Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. Share the destruction sword Dao that Feng Qingyang taught you with the Title Temple. The Title Temple will do our best to nurture you so you'll be able to go even further, Shu Konghai said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Apart from that, I can guarantee that the Title Temple's law chamber will be open to you as long as it's open to the vice palace masters of the main hall. Shu Konghai's voice transmission came so suddenly that Duan Lingtian was taken aback. When he clearly heard the contents of Shu Konghai's sound transmission, not only was he not tempted, his face even became slightly gloomy. He then bluntly replied with a sound transmission, Hall Master Shu, from this moment on, please do not mention such words. Even if I, Duan Lingtian, die, I won't share my master's destruction sword Dao with anyone. Every sword technique in the destruction sword Dao was refined by his master, Feng Qingyang. Although ordinary people might not be able to comprehend the destruction sword Dao, Duan Lingtian would not share it with anyone. What a good disciple. Shu Konghai sighed and said with a hint of pity in his voice, since you're unwilling to accept it, the title temple won't force you. After that, Shu Konghai shifted his attention back to the other people in the arena. About an hour later, Zhong Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, was also challenged. The person who challenged him was a one-star god of war. His strength was not bad, and the battle ended in a draw. However, even if it ended in a draw, Zhong Tianyu would not be eliminated. However, this battle had undoubtedly exposed all of Zhong Tianyu's strength. 2 hours later, he was challenged a second time. He was defeated and replaced. With this, Zhong Tianyu was kicked out of the 300 people who advanced to the second round. Naturally, he still had a chance to fight his way back, but it would be difficult. After Zhong Tianyu was eliminated, Su Li was also challenged. The person who challenged Su Li was a 2-star god of war. As time passed, the number of people who went up was not limited to 1-star gods of war. 2-star gods of war began to appear more frequently. However, Su Li only used one sword technique to defeat the 2-star god of war. Of course, Su Li's sword technique contained the fused profound meaning of the law of destruction. This Su Li is at least a 3-star god of war. Although Su Li's opponent was only an ordinary 2-star god of war, many people were still guessing how Su Li defeated him. If he was only an outstanding 2-star god of war, it would be difficult for him to achieve this. Haha! Su Li, you're amazing. After Su Li returned, Tang Sanpao laughed and gave Su Li a thumbs up. Immediately after, he said with disappointment, why hasn't anyone challenged me yet? Maybe I'm a pushover? After Tang Sanpao said this, Su Li couldn't help but smile. Speaking of which, among us, only you and Ling Jueyun haven't been challenged yet. Ling Jueyun hasn't been challenged yet because his strength is obvious to all. Everyone knows that with his strength, it would be easy for him to enter the 4th round. Those who have the confidence to fight with him, even if they want to fight with him, will probably wait until later. Therefore, it's normal that he hasn't been challenged yet. Moreover, those who feel that they have the ability to fight with Ling Jueyun wouldn't have been eliminated in the previous round. Even if someone was unlucky in the previous round, it probably wouldn't be a 3-star god of war or above. At most, it would be an ordinary 2-star god of war. In any case, you have been evaluated by the title temple as someone who is suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Unless they have no other choice or want to test your strength, no one would challenge you. Su Li said with a smile. Although Tang Sanpao's origin was mysterious, based on the information released by the title temple, he was only suspected to be a 2-star god of war or above. Then, they should test me. It's so boring sitting here. Tang Sanpao shrugged. Why are these people testing you and Duan Lingtian instead of me? In the end, Tang Sanpao did not get what he wanted. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses lasted for more than 10 days. During these 10 days, some people who had been eliminated had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. There were also some people who were eliminated from the list of people who had challenged again. After Duan Lingtian and Su Li were challenged on the first day, no one else challenged them. It was the same for Ling Jueyun. As for Tang Sanpao, no one else challenged him. It was worth mentioning that Zhong Tianyu had successfully challenged again and returned to the list of people who had advanced. However, he was eliminated in the end. It was the same for Wang Ting. She was eliminated as well. The 3rd round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was a test of one's strength. There was no such thing as luck. The 300 people who advanced to the next round were those who were truly strong. When the results came out, the weakest amongst the 300 people were the best amongst the batch of 1-star gods of war, and their numbers accounted for less than half of them. And this was also the reason why Duan Lingtian and Su Li weren't challenged by anyone else. In the beginning, Those who challenged them might have just wanted to test them. However, after testing them, they realized how strong they were. Naturally, no one dared to challenge them again. We've all been eliminated. It'll depend on your performance in a month's time. Wang Ting sighed emotionally. Her words were directed at Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao. After spending some time together, the few of them had become familiar with each other to a certain extent. The fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow the Arch Heaven didn't make it into the top 300. Zhong Tianyu glanced at the tall and sturdy young man who had just stood up and left from the spectating area and said with a smile, "I really wonder where he got the courage to spar with Duan Lingtian that day." The burly young man was none other than Tong Tu, the fourth true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Yellow the Arch Heaven. Zhong Tianyu was mocking Tong Tu. He seemed to have forgotten that before he came to the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven, he had also underestimated Duan Lingtian. He had even said in front of Wang Ting that he wanted to challenge Duan Lingtian to a duel. Chapter 3471. After the third round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses ended, the participants would rest for a month before the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses began. In the fourth round of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined from the top 300 participants. However, even those who ranked in the top 100 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were not allowed to enter the secret room. Only those who ranked in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle were allowed to enter the secret room. Naturally, those who ranked in the top 100 would still be rewarded by the title temple. At the very least, those who ranked in the top 100 would receive better rewards than those who ranked in the 101st to 300th places. The top 30 of the Devata Realm's Genius Battle would be decided in the fifth round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the sixth round. The top 10 participants would be determined in the seventh round. There were 7 rounds in every Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses. As time went on, the participants would progress faster since there would be fewer and fewer participants. Unlike now, there were a total of 300 people who had advanced to the third round. Many of them were injured in the third round, so they needed time to recuperate. For this reason, Shu Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, who was in charge of the Devata Realm Battle of the Geniuses, gave them a month to recuperate. After the third round ended, the participants left one after another. Although Feng Qingyang did not allow Duan Lingtian to stay behind, Duan Lingtian still decided to stay behind. After informing Su Li and Ling Jueyun, he asked them to return first before he went to look for Feng Qingyang. Since Duan Lingtian had sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang did not leave with Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Instead, he waited for Duan Lingtian to leave with him. Master, Shu Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, asked me to share your destruction sword Dao with the Title Temple. Duan Lingtian thought about it for a moment. Although he felt it was a sensitive topic, he still told Feng Qingyang about it. To him, he wouldn't be where he was today without Feng Qingyang. No one knew what hidden dangers were behind this matter, so it was better to say it out loud. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that after hearing his sound transmission, Feng Qingyang's expression was still extremely calm, as if he was not surprised at all. What did he promise you? He promised me that the Title Temple's secret chamber of laws will be open to me at the same time as the Vice Hall Masters of the main hall and above. Duan Lingtian said. That's really generous of him. A faint smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's calm face. Master, you don't seem surprised at all? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There's nothing to be surprised about. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, if this was before I entered the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, I might have been surprised. However, after entering the Azura Hell, I've gained a deeper understanding of the Title Temple. Chem? Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Qingyang in confusion. He did not know what Feng Qingyang meant. Let's talk at my place. As Feng Qingyang spoke, he led Duan Lingtian to the residence the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven had arranged for him. It was a courtyard located halfway up a mountain in a secluded valley. It was very quiet, and only the faint chirping of birds could be heard. After a while, Duan Lingtian sat across from Feng Qingyang at the stone table in the courtyard and looked at him quietly. I'm sure you've already guessed that I had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. The place where I had my fortuitous encounter happened to contain the last words of someone who had just comprehended his Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. The Azura Hell was indeed dangerous. Even someone who had just comprehended his Tao had perished there. Duan Lingtian wondered what the person's cultivation base was. If the person was a demigod, or a 9-star god of war, then the Azura Hell was too terrifying. He said he was chased into the Azura Hell by the gods of the title temple. Feng Qingyang continued to say, in fact, the gods were different from the person who chased after me in the past. That person was only a demigod. He only dared to chase after me outside the Azura Hell. He didn't dare to enter the Azura Hell. However, the gods of the title temple chased after me in the Azura Hell. They even searched for me outside the Azura Hell. What the title temple wants to do is to control that person and force him to hand over the Tao he has mastered. Since then, I've known that the title temple covets the Tao that others have comprehended. They want to obtain it so that they can use it as a foundation to comprehend their own Tao. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood why his master was so indifferent. As it turned out, his master had long known that the title temple coveted Tao. At the same time, Feng Qingyang continued to say, normally, Tao belongs to a person. Even if the same Tao is imparted to another person, that person won't be able to surpass the person who imparted it. At most, that person can only comprehend their own Tao based on the Tao. It's just like the space sword Tao that you're cultivating now. Your space sword Tao has traces of my destruction sword Tao. Those who have seen me fight today, or those who have seen me fight through the floating image pearl, will be able to tell. Naturally, they can also see that you've comprehended your own Tao based on my Tao. Moreover, you've only just grasped it. In fact, even the destruction sword Tao that I've mastered isn't as attractive as your space sword Tao in their eyes, Duan Lingtian said with a hint of disbelief in Duan Lingtian's eyes. I've comprehended my Tao on my own, and it's very mature. It's very difficult to replicate it. On the other hand, since your Tao is based on my Tao, it's only in its infancy. It's much easier for you to replicate it. For this reason, the title temple isn't interested in my destruction sword Tao, but your space sword Tao. To be more precise, they are interested in the space sword principle that you have comprehended based on my destruction sword principle. If your space sword Tao is as mature as my destruction sword Tao, it won't be as tempting to the title temple as it is now. Duan Lingtian broke out in cold sweat when he heard Feng Qingyang's words. He had thought the vice-temple master of the title temple, Shu Konghai, was interested in his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Tao. He did not expect Shu Konghai to be interested in his space sword Tao instead. Moreover, Shu Konghai did not even warn him. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would not betray his master, he could not help but break out in cold sweat when he thought about the consequences of betraying his master. At that time, not only would his master betray him, but the title temple would not let him off so easily as well. After all, they coveted his space sword Tao. Without his master, Feng Qingyang, as his backer, it was easy to imagine how he would fare if he fell into the hands of the title temple. The title temple won't give up on you so easily. Feng Qingyang raised an eyebrow slightly. If you're able to enter the law chamber, I'll personally accompany you. If you go alone, you might not be able to return. At that time, they'll be able to imprison you and torture you to force you to share your space sword Tao. If you're unwilling to share your space sword Tao, they won't let you off easily even if they don't kill you. Feng Qingyang glanced at Duan Lingtian as he said, once they obtain the space sword Tao, they'll immediately kill you and spread the news that you've spread my destruction sword Tao to the outside world, and the title temple will clean up the mess for me. Then, they'll push out someone who has mastered your space sword Tao and force him to display it in front of everyone to prove that they're not lying. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought about what Feng Qingyang had said. He was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. The title temple. How could they do such a thing? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed fiercely. What do you think a force has relied on since it first existed in the Devata realms? If they were merciful, they wouldn't have survived until now. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Based on his knowledge, the title temple had the longest history in all the Devata realms. It was comparable to the history of the Devata realms. In all the Devata realms, there was no force that could compare with the title temple in terms of history. There is a saying that says it well: the history of the title temple was the history of the Devata realms. This was not a lie. This time, the title temple must have nurtured a young prodigy who's quite strong. Since the title temple is willing to share the exploding element celestial fruit with you, it means he's at least a 6-star god of war. Feng Qingyang changed the topic and mentioned the young prodigy who was given the exploding element celestial fruit by the title temple. However, I don't know who he is. After all, up until now, apart from you, Ling Jueyun, and a few others, very few people have displayed the strength of a 3-star god of war during the Battle of Geniuses. Even Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the Xian Yuan heaven, has only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war. Naturally, he's a famous young prodigy in all the Devata realms. He's suspected to be at least a 4-star god of war. I mentioned him mainly because many people have only revealed the tip of the iceberg of their true strength. Although you're strong, you can't be careless. Otherwise, you might fail miserably. When Feng Qingyang reached the end of his sentence, he began to advise Duan Lingtian earnestly. He was confident in his disciple, but he was worried that Duan Lingtian would be careless and suffer a loss. I understand, Master. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. He felt as though his blood was boiling at this moment. A young prodigy from the title temple who was suspected to be a 6-star god of war. Chapter 3472. On his way back, Duan Lingtian, who had gained a certain level of understanding about the title temple, could not help but feel agitated when he recalled Feng Qingyang's words. Now that he thought about it, Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, had only promised him a temporary solution. Shu Konghai's goal was to trick him into going to the title temple. Once he revealed his master Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao and his space sword Dao, Shu Konghai would kill him. Then, Shu Konghai would punish Feng Qingyang, who claimed to be his master. At that time, as long as someone who had mastered Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao walked out of the title temple, even if he died, his master would not be able to say anything. Even if he did not say anything, the title temple would still imprison him and prevent him from sending any messages. The title temple was a supreme force that had a similar history as the Devata realms. It was only natural that they had a way to prevent communication. At that time, even if his master, Feng Qingyang, wanted to find him, he would not be able to do so. Even if he suspected that Zhongxian was in the title temple, he could go to the title temple to look for Zhongxian. Zhongxian's master would not do anything to the title temple unless he was certain that Zhongxian was in the title temple. Unless I'm strong enough or my master is accompanying me, I won't be able to enter the title temple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. During the next month, Duan Lingtian did not stay in his residence. Instead, he sent a message to Wei Qi, the disciple of Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, and asked for Wei Qi's help to find a secluded place where he could practice his space sword Dao. Junior brother Duan, no one will disturb you here. After Wei Qi brought Duan Lingtian to a secluded place, he said with a smile, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything you need, just send me a message. Thank you, senior brother Wei Qi. Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. Duan Lingtian had greeted his master, Feng Qingyang, while he was cultivating. Although he had Feng Qingyang's god's spiritual imprint on him, he did not know if the people from the title temple had any way to suppress the god's spiritual imprint. However, Feng Qingyang chuckled when he heard his thoughts. You're thinking too much. The god's spiritual imprint is something I injected into your body with my own spiritual energy. If there's any movement, I'll be the first to know. This is something that even the utmost powerful beings have no way of interfering with. Of course, there are some ancient spirit formations or even divine spirit formations from the realms of gods that can interfere with communication celestial talismans. However, they won't be able to interfere with the communication between the Godchild Communication Stone and the Godchild Communication Stone. Before they left, Feng Qingyang had given Duan Lingtian a black stone that was the size of a thumb. It was engraved with densely packed veined patterns and patterns that gave off an unfathomable aura. At that time, his master had only told him that the Godchild communication stone was a communication stone that did not require the soul imprint on the soul pearl to communicate. Motherchild divine messaging stone, this name was not simple at all. The Godchild communication stone. Master, I'm afraid it's not simple, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he took out the stone. I took this from the Azura Hell. It belonged to a divine being who died there. He only had one mother-child divine message stone that could be used as a pair. He only had 2 pairs of Godchild communication stones, but he had no use for them. Feng Qingyang replied. 2 pairs of Godchild communication stones? Duan Lingtian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean I can contact his friends and family through the mother stone and child stone in his possession? That should be possible. Feng Qingyang nodded. The Godchild communication stones are similar to communication celestial talismans. They can only be contacted when they're in the same realm. If you want to contact his family and friends, you'll have to go to their realms as well. However, I have no intention of contacting his family and friends. Even though it's possible to form ties with a group of deity stage experts because of this, it's also possible to bring calamity to oneself. It's better for a person to be down to earth and walk forward step by step. If one always thinks of ascending to the heavens in a single step, one will sooner or later fall to pieces. Feng Qingyang said. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he understood Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian had only asked the question out of curiosity. Even if he obtained the mother stone or child stone of the individual messenger stone, it was impossible to use them to contact the person holding the corresponding child stone or mother stone. No one knew what kind of person was on the other side. It would be fine if it was an easygoing person, but if it was a ruthless person, they might be enraged because they touched the relics of their relatives or friends. Thank you, Master. Duan Lingtian was touched by Feng Qingyang's explanation of the Godchild communication stones and the fact that Feng Qingyang only had 1 pair of Godchild communication stones. Take your time to comprehend your space sword Dao. I hope you'll improve significantly in the upcoming Devata Realms battles of geniuses. After saying these words, Feng Qingyang left. After Feng Qingyang left, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to comprehend his space sword Dao. Occasionally, he would move around like a gust of wind as he practiced his sword techniques. Most of the time, he would lie down on the grass and sleep. Through the supreme powerhouse divinity, he was able to comprehend the profundities from the law of space and the space sword Dao. Duan Lingtian did not know why he had improved so much over the past month compared to when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Is it because the title temple is giving me too much pressure? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, no matter what, improvement was a good thing. Tomorrow is the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses. It's time for me to return. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian returned to his wooden house where the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven had arranged for the young geniuses. After he returned to his wooden house, he did not continue to comprehend the space sword Dao. Instead, he took out a formation compass and set up a formation to conceal his aura. Then, he opened his little world to communicate with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water. I can fuse the profundities of the law with my sword techniques to form my own sword Dao. I wonder if the profundities of the law can form their own sword Dao as well? During this month, Duan Lingtian discovered his comprehension of the law of space had deepened. Although there were no signs of him fusing the profundities of the law with the profundities of the law, he had a strange feeling. It felt as though he was in control of space. For a moment, he felt as though the space around him was under his control. He felt as though he had become the absolute ruler of space. Of course. Duan Lingtian asked about the world-cleansing divine water because the world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. After all, its previous host was the divine tree of life in a realm of gods. If the realm of gods had not fallen, it would not have ended up in such a sorry state. There are many types of sword Dao. It's not limited to the sword Dao, saber Dao, spear Dao, and other weapons Dao. In the history of the Devata realms and even the realms of gods, there are many types of Tao. The weapon Tao is only one of them. Apart from the weapon Tao, there's also the control Tao, the limitless Tao, and the devouring Tao. The world-cleansing divine water said, these 4 Tao are called the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. The 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. This was the first time he had heard of this. He instinctively asked, what's the devouring Tao? At this moment, he recalled the elementary devouring tactic and the grand devouring tactic that Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, was skilled in. According to his master, Feng Qingyang, the grand devouring tactic could not only devour heaven and earth spirit energy, but it could also devour one's opponent's celestial origin energy and profundities. The devouring Tao can devour anything and everything. It's extremely domineering, the world-cleansing divine water said. The world-cleansing divine water said, those who have mastered this kind of Tao are very powerful. You must be careful when fighting against them. If you are not careful, your power will be devoured by them and turned into their power to deal a destructive blow to you. This Tao is extremely domineering, but it's also extremely difficult to master. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian thought about Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, again. What about the limitless Tao? Duan Lingtian asked again. The limitless Tao is the path of limitless energy. When facing an enemy, it's not only the celestial origin energy, but even the soul energy is almost limitless. It's as though the opponent's energy is endless like the ocean. The limitless Tao allows one's energy to grow limitlessly. It gives one an oppressive aura, causing one's opponent to crumble. That's how one can take advantage of the situation. Of course, these are all illusions. However, even if one knows it's an illusion, one will still be affected during a fight. This is far more terrifying than any illusory formation. Otherwise, the limitless Tao wouldn't be listed as one of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. Duan Lingtian nodded. After listening to the world-cleansing divine water's explanation, he roughly understood what kind of Tao the limitless Tao was. To put it bluntly, it was a Tao of deception. However, even if one knew it was a deception, one would still be affected. What about the Tao of control? At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt his heart throbbing. He had a feeling the state he was in was the Tao of control. After all, at that time, he felt as though he was in control of the space around him. It felt as though he could control the space around him and use all kinds of techniques as he pleased. The Tao of control is all-encompassing. It's inseparable from the laws of heaven and earth. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian was even more certain that he had come into contact with the Tao of control. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, in fact, whether it's a supreme powerhouse who has mastered the 4 supreme laws or a supreme powerhouse who has obtained one of the 5 divine elements and transformed it to its final form, it's only because they're skilled in one of the Tao. The reason why the 4 supreme laws are called supreme laws is because when one comprehends them to the extreme and fuses all their profundities into one, a Tao other than the Tao of weapons will appear. It could be the devouring Tao, the limitless Tao, or the Tao of control. When the 5 divine elements transforms into their final forms, they will also help their host in the same way. They will help their host comprehend the Tao and become an ultimate powerhouse. The prerequisite for becoming a supreme powerhouse is mastering one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Only when one has mastered one of the 4 Tao will heaven and earth send a supreme divine tribulation to baptize the person and help them become a supreme powerhouse. The world-cleansing divine water's words gave Duan Lingtian a deeper understanding of supreme powerhouses. In the past, he only knew those who were skilled in the 4 supreme laws and possessed the 5 divine elements had a chance of becoming a celestial being. However, after meeting Feng Qingyang, he learned that those who had mastered their own Tao had a chance of becoming a celestial being as well. Now, he finally realized that whether it was the 4 supreme laws or the 5 divine elements, the key to becoming a supreme powerhouse was the Tao. How did you come into contact with the Tao of control? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Even if you have the supreme divinity, it's impossible for you to come into contact with the Tao of control now. Normally, the Supreme Divinity will only help you comprehend the Tao of Control, the Limitless Tao, or the Devouring Tao after you've combined all the profundities from the law of space. I don't know what's going on. However, I'm certain that the Supreme Divinity is the reason I'm able to come into contact with the Tao of Control. Although Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this, he was certain it was the Supreme Powerhouse's divinity that had brought him such benefits. Normally speaking, it shouldn't be possible. As far as I know, even if it's a Supreme Powerhouse who's proficient in 2 Taos, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend one of the Taos after he becomes a god. After he's combined all the profundities from the law of space, the Supreme Divinity will only help him comprehend the other Tao. However, you've already come into contact with the Tao of Control before you even become a god. Unless. The world-cleansing divine water hesitated for a moment before she stopped speaking. However, Duan Lingtian interrupted her. Unless the Supreme Powerhouse who left behind the Supreme Divinity that I obtained is proficient in 3 Taos? That's right. The world-cleansing divine water's voice was solemn and proud as she said, however, that's impossible. As far as I know, some Supreme Powerhouses who are proficient in 2 Taos are already invincible existences who can create their own realms of gods. However, there are only a handful of Supreme Powerhouses who are proficient in 3 Taos. If they want to, they can destroy a realm of gods and create their own realms of gods. Duan Lingtian could understand what the world-cleansing divine water was saying. After all, there were only a limited number of realms of gods. If a Supreme Powerhouse wanted to create their own realms of gods, they would have to destroy one of the realms of gods first. For example, the ruins of the realms of gods that Duan Lingtian had visited previously were destroyed by other Supreme Powerhouses. Do you think a Supreme Powerhouse like that would die and leave behind the Supreme Divinity? The world-cleansing divine water asked Duan Lingtian. Impossible. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood why the world-cleansing divine water had hesitated earlier. As it turned out, there were only a handful of Supreme Powerhouses who were proficient in 3 Taos in this world. Such a Supreme Powerhouse was invincible in this world. There were only a handful of people who were capable of fighting a Supreme Powerhouse on par with him. However, that's the only explanation for what happened to you. The world-cleansing divine water was slightly puzzled when she thought about this. Let alone her, no one in this world would be able to figure out how a Supreme Powerhouse who was proficient in 3 Taos died. Is it possible for a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Taos to exist in this world? If there is, he should be able to kill a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Taos, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Proficient in 4 Taos? The world-cleansing divine water was stunned for a moment before she said confidently, as far as I know, there has never been a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Taos in this world. Naturally, that's the ultimate goal of a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 3 Taos. However, for countless years, no one has ever taken that step. Some people even say that if a Supreme Powerhouse can master 4 Taos, he'll be able to surpass all living beings and even transcend heaven and earth. However, there has never been such a person before. The world-cleansing divine water said confidently, moreover, there's a legend in the realms of gods. It's said that if a Supreme Powerhouse who is proficient in 4 Taos appears in this world, he'll be able to break the rules of heaven and earth. The number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. At that time, the number of realms of gods will no longer be limited. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard this. Dozens of realms of gods. Hundreds of realms of gods. Coexistence. Heavens. If that were to happen, heaven and earth would enter an unprecedented era of celestials and God. At that time, celestial emperors and deities would be as common as dogs. For a day and a night, Duan Lingtian continued to talk to the world-cleansing divine water. At the same time, he asked about the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. If Duan Lingtian did not receive Su Li's message that the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was about to begin, he would have many questions for the world-cleansing divine water. In the end, he could only close his little world and isolate the world-cleansing divine water. Let's go. Duan Lingtian walked out of the wooden house and saw Su Li waiting for him outside. He called out to Su Li before the duo made their way to the venue of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle. The fourth round of the Devata Realms of Geniuses battle was about to begin. Chapter 3474. In the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the top 100 participants would be determined. This round was the beginning of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms. Among the 300 participants, none of them were mediocre. Even the weakest among them was a one-star god of war. Such a person could be considered one of the strongest powerhouses in an ordinary heaven-grade force in a Devata realm. He could even be considered one of the pillars of a heaven-grade force. For example, the Heavenly Pool Palace had 9 titled Celestial Emperors. The weakest titled Celestial Emperor was only a one-star god of war. Most of the titled Celestial Emperors were from the older generation. The participants of the Battle of the Geniuses in the 81 Devata realms were young geniuses below the age of 1000. The 300 participants were divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm had 4 participants. Furthermore, the people mentioned here were not only humans, but also demonic beasts and even other living beings that had taken human form. For example, demonic beasts, plants, trees, or even psychic stones that gave birth to life, and so on. In a Devata realm, there were 4 strongest people below the age of 1000. Naturally, they were not ordinary people. The 300 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm has 4 participants. Today, the top 100 participants will be determined. The 100 participants are divided into 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm will only have 1 participant. Duan Lingtian and Su Li heard someone say this when they arrived at the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment. Indeed, it seemed like this was the case. Su Li, are you confident? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he looked at Su Li. In the fourth round of the Battle of the Geniuses in the Devata Realms, the weakest one is a 2-star god of war, and most of them are 3-star gods of war. It shouldn't be a problem for me to make it to the top 100, but I'm not confident I'll make it to the top 30. Su Li shook his head and smiled wryly. Sometimes, I can't help but wish the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was held 200 to 300 years later. At that time, not to mention the top 30, even the top 10 or top 3 will be within my grasp. If you don't participate, I dare to fight for first place. Su Li said. If I participate, you can also fight for first place. Duan Lingtian smiled. Forget it. Su Li shook his head. You're a freak. You've always been like this ever since you came from the mundane realm. Tell me, when have you ever not suppressed me? From the genius camp of the Iron Blood County in the mundane realm, to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and in the mystic realm of the Nandu Weave. When have you ever not suppressed me? Now, I have no intention of competing with you. A bitter smile appeared on Su Li's face when he reached the end of his sentence. In fact, whether it was luck or other aspects, he was considered lucky in his life. When he was with Duan Lingtian in the Iron Blood Army's genius camp in the mundane realm, they were the only ones of the same age who had made it this far. In fact, it was rare for him and Duan Lingtian to make it out of a corner of the mundane realm. Before he met Duan Lingtian again in the Nandu Weave and realized Duan Lingtian's achievements were greater than his, he had always thought Duan Lingtian was inferior to him and that he had caught up to Duan Lingtian and left Duan Lingtian in the dust. However, every time, Duan Lingtian would appear and crush him mercilessly when he was at his proudest. At this moment, he had completely lost his temper. He no longer treated Duan Lingtian as a person. He felt that Duan Lingtian was a monster that could not be compared to. Only Su Li himself knew the bitterness in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard Su Li's words, he could not help but feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, it seemed to be true. He was speechless for a moment. Could it be that he could still say to Su Li now? Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Then I really did it on purpose. When Duan Lingtian and Su Li arrived, Ling Jueyun, Tang Sanpao, Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi were already there. Duan Lingtian and Su Li's seats were empty. You're finally here. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian and Su Li. You don't know how bored the four of us were when you weren't around, facing this silent ice block. The ice block that Tang Sanpao was talking about was naturally Ling Jueyun. You're here so early. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Sanpao, and then his eyes fell on Ling Jueyun. The latter nodded and said, millimeter. His cold face also eased a little. Duan Lingtian, you're not having an affair with this guy, are you? Tang Sanpao yelled, this guy always has a cold face in front of everyone, but only in front of you, he changes his expression. You're such a handsome young man, don't tell me you really like men. As Tang Sanpao spoke, he widened his eyes and looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. Duan Lingtian glared at Tang Sanpao angrily. This guy really knows how to say anything. Didn't he know that he even had a wife and children? Although Duan Lingtian had not known Tang Sanpao for a long time, he could tell Tang Sanpao was a carefree person. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Lingtian the impression that he was someone who had been trapped in a remote mountain for a long time. Tang Sanpao, don't tell me you don't know that Duan Lingtian even has a wife and children? Su Li said with a smile. Ah! Tang Sanpao was stunned. I really didn't know. Then, he glanced at Ling Jueyun again. Although he did not say anything, his eyes were enough to explain everything. He obviously suspected that Ling Jueyun had a hobby in that aspect and that it was unrequited love for Duan Lingtian. Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ling Jueyun's cold voice sounded as if he had eyes on his back. When Tang Sanpao heard this, he quickly retracted his gaze. If possible, he also did not want to provoke this bloodthirsty guy. Bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. It was not only Tang Sanpao's impression of Ling Jueyun. Most people also had the same impression. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach you a lesson. Tang Sanpao said with a low snort after retracting his gaze. Although his words were said very softly, Duan Lingtian and the others still heard it clearly. The others thought that he was just saying it casually, but Duan Lingtian had a bold idea in his heart. This Tang Sanpao, could it be that he really had the ability to fight Ling Jueyun? Until now, Tang Sanpao's background was very mysterious. No one knew where he came from, and no one knew how strong he was. All they knew was that he was at least a 2-star god of war. However, he should be able to show his strength in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he's not the only one. Many people who have concealed their strength in the past won't be able to do so in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Before the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, just as his master had said, only he, Ling Jueyun, and a few others had the strength of a 3-star god of war or above. The others, no matter how strong they were, only displayed the strength of a 2-star god of war at most. The heavenly emperors from various Devata realms have arrived. The 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses is about to begin. At the same time, many people discovered the heavenly emperors from various Devata realms had arrived. Apart from the heavenly emperors, there were also high-ranking officials from the title temple's branches. Duan Lingtian noticed Tathagata, the great sun celestial emperor, the hall master of the title temple's branch in the Xian Yuan heaven, was glaring at him like a predator staring at its prey. Previously, whenever Tathagata appeared, Tathagata would stare at Duan Lingtian in the same manner. Could it be that Tathagata had a fetish? Duan Lingtian instinctively thought to himself, influenced by Tang Sanpao. Soon after, Feng Qingyang appeared as well. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, appeared with him. Both of them chatted happily as though they were close friends. Apart from the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, the other 80 heavenly emperors from the Devata realms, high-ranking officials from the 81 branches of the title temple were present as well. Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple's main hall, who was in charge of presiding over the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses, also made his appearance. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel suspicious. Duan Lingtian must have arrived a long time ago, but he had waited for everyone to arrive before presiding over the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I'm sure all of you know the rules of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, so I won't say much about it. All I want to say is, don't be careless this time. It won't be easy for the top 100 to emerge victorious, Shu Konghai said meaningfully as he looked at the spectators. In the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, the title temple would organize a list of 300 participants and divide them into 150 groups. Those who lost would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 150 participants who won would be divided into 75 groups and continue to fight. The winners would temporarily advance while the losers would be temporarily eliminated. After that, the 225 participants who were temporarily eliminated would continue to fight until the final 25 participants were determined. At this moment, the number of participants who were temporarily eliminated had increased to 100. Each of the 200 participants who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. This would continue until everyone had used up all their chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. As for those who were eliminated, they would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In other words, apart from the title temple's selection of participants, there was not much difference between the fourth round and the fourth round. The only difference was those who were temporarily eliminated would only be given 3 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. In the fourth round, those who were temporarily eliminated would be given 10 chances to challenge one of the 100 participants. Chapter 3475. 300 people will be divided into 150 groups. The names will be decided by the title temple. After hearing Shu Konghai's words, even though they were mentally prepared, many of the 300 young geniuses still frowned slightly. If the names were decided by the title temple, did this not mean the title temple could manipulate them? Of course, they knew that even if the title temple wanted to do something behind the scenes, they would have to start by arranging weaker opponents for the young geniuses of the title temple so that they would be able to advance to the end. However, if the young geniuses in the title temple were not strong enough, they would still be defeated in the end. The Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses was organized by the title temple, and the rewards for the top 300 geniuses were given out by the title temple. For this reason, even if there were people who were dissatisfied with the title temple's arrangement, no one would say anything about it. After all, the young geniuses had put in so much effort. How could they not be allowed to have some privileges? Moreover, these privileges did not affect the fairness of the battle. Those who were dissatisfied with the title temple's arrangement were ordinary young geniuses who were lucky enough to make it to the top 300. Young geniuses who were truly strong did not care about these things at all. So what if the title temple is biased toward the young geniuses in the title temple? Even if they meet me, I'll still eliminate them. This was the confidence of the young geniuses who were truly strong. Due to the large number of people, in the fourth round of the Devata Realms, there will be 10 people in each group of 2 who will fight 5 rounds. As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 5 translucent light shields appeared in the middle of the arena. The battles will take place in the area. Those who are forced out of the area will be considered to have failed. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you can crush the jade token I'll give you later and leave. If you think you're weaker than your opponent, you should crush your jade token. Those who insist on fighting will die, and the person who kills them won't have to bear any responsibility. After he finished speaking, Shu Konghai looked around and said, "Now, the 300 people who made it to the next round, please rise into the air. I'll give you the survival jade tokens." In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and the other 300 people stepped into the air and received the jade tokens from Shu Konghai. Obviously, there were teleportation formations set up in the 5 areas isolated by the translucent light barrier. As long as one crushed the jade token, they would be teleported out immediately. If I want to kill him, I wonder if I can stop him from crushing the jade pendant with my spatial manipulation. After Duan Lingtian took the jade card and returned to his seat, such a thought popped up in his mind for no reason, and his eyes lit up. It seems like I can give it a try. After the 300 people received their jade tokens, Shu Konghai raised his hand and 5 groups of names appeared in the air. Each group had 2 people. Now, the 10 people whose names have appeared will enter the corresponding area. As Shu Konghai's voice fell, the 5 groups of names separated into 5 regions, and 2 names appeared in each region. Duan Lingtian didn't know any of the 10 people on the field. However, even if he didn't know them, it didn't mean the others didn't know them. Soon after, many people's attention was focused on one of the names in the region. Meng Fangui? Don't tell me he's the strongest person among the younger generation from the Dream Profound sect, a heaven-grade force in the Shenyuan heaven? Initially, many people wondered if it was someone else with the same name. However, when they thought about it, they remembered there was no second Meng Fangui among the participants. There's no second Meng Fangui in this Devata realm battle of the geniuses. It must be him. Meng Fangui's name instantly attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui? Is he famous? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself. Of course he's famous. Zhong Tianyu said solemnly, Meng Fangui is a disciple of the Dream Profound sect in the Shenyuan heaven. He's skilled in the illusory Tao. Don't underestimate his illusory Tao. He comprehended the law of darkness. The law of darkness is known for its strangeness. Coupled with his illusory Tao, he has never lost a battle among the younger generation under the age of 2000 in the Shenyuan heaven. He once killed a 3-star god of war. Many people say he's as strong as a 4-star god of war. Zhong Tianyu said. A 4-star god of war? Tang Sanpao was surprised. I didn't expect there to be a 4-star god of war in the first batch of people the title temple sent to Meng Fangui. I wonder who the title temple sent to Meng Fangui? I've never heard of this person's name. He's either a nobody or a disciple or descendant of a reclusive powerhouse. Zhong Tianyu shook his head and said after he looked at the name of Meng Fangui's opponent, however, I'm sure he's not a match for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui was a young man dressed in a long black robe. He was tall and slender, and his handsome face had a hint of seductiveness to it. As soon as he appeared, he attracted a lot of attention. Meng Fangui is at least a 4-star god of war, and yet, the title temple sent him to the first batch of people to fight. I really feel sorry for his opponent. If his opponent has heard of his name, he might not even have the courage to fight with him. Even if he hasn't heard of it, he must have heard of it since we're talking about it. In my opinion, Zhong Guiyu probably doesn't even have the courage to fight. Zhong Guiyu was Meng Fangui's opponent this time. After a short while, when Meng Fangui appeared on the stage, the other 9 people, including Meng Fangui and his opponent, also rose into the air and entered the stage. Here's Zhong Guiyu. He actually dares to fight. Many people's attention was focused on Zhong Guiyu. They saw Zhong Guiyu was a young man dressed in a simple robe. His face was slightly pale, but his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who's Zhong Guiyu? I've never heard of him. He seems to be a 2-star god of war or higher. That's what the title temple has determined. Since he dares to fight, he must be confident in his own strength, right? That's not necessarily true. Some people don't know how terrifying their opponents are. Even if others say that their opponents are terrifying, they might not be afraid. Moreover, in this kind of situation, it's not like you'll die if you lose. You can escape by crushing your jade pendant. In my opinion, he probably wants to fight and show off. That way, he'll lose in a more honorable manner. Losing without a fight is very shameful. While many people were whispering, Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui landed on the stage and looked at each other. The corners of Meng Fangui's mouth curled up in a smile that carried a hint of disdain. How many moves do you think you can take from me? Hearing Meng Fangui's words, Zhong Guiyu's expression didn't change. He said indifferently, if I can't defeat you in 3 moves, I'll go down myself. Even though their voices were not loud, and the other 8 people were also looking at each other and conversing with each other. However, because more than 90% of the people's attention was on Meng Fangui and Zhong Guiyu, the conversation between the two was clearly heard by them. 3 moves. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian re-evaluated Zhong Guiyu. Just now, he only casually glanced at him. Zhong Guiyu was wearing a plain dark grey robe. His face was delicate and pale. His eyes were spirited and his eyebrows were erect. He gave people a feeling of arrogance. To be able to say such words, he's either an arrogant maniac or he really has strength. Behind Duan Lingtian, Tang Sanpao muttered. However, among the people present, even more people felt that Zhong Guoyu was arrogant and conceited. This Zhong Guoyu probably doesn't know how terrifying Meng Fangui is, right? Isn't this very obvious? If he knew that Meng Fangui has the strength of a 4-star war god, would he dare to say such words? We already told him clearly just now. Could it be that he's deaf? If he's deaf, how could he hear Meng Fangui's words? Most of the young geniuses felt that Zhong Guoyu was arrogant and conceited. However, a small group of young geniuses began to take Zhong Guoyu seriously. There were no mediocre people in the Devata realm's battle of geniuses. Even the group of heavenly emperors present were originally indifferent, but when they heard Zhong Guoyu's words, they also subconsciously looked at him. This kid is a little interesting. At this moment, even Meng Fangui, the person involved, frowned when he heard Zhong Guoyu's words. His expression turned solemn. Naturally, his expression was slightly unsightly. After all, Zhong Guoyu had said that he would defeat him in 3 moves. Even an outstanding 4-star war god would not dare to say such words. Unless the person was a 5-star war god or above. However, was it possible that Zhong Guoyu was a 5-star war god? Faced with Zhong Guoyu's confidence, Meng Fangui's heart unknowingly became heavy. However, he did not show it on his face. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see. How are you going to defeat me in 3 moves? As soon as Meng Fangui finished speaking, the celestial origin energy on his body stirred. Then, it turned into a black light that enveloped Meng Fangui. In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, the black light rapidly condensed and turned into a ray of light. It was like a black meteor flashing through the sunlight as it shot toward Zhong Guoyu. As for Meng Fangui himself, he had completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Meng Fangui has used his best illusion technique. If the people present used their divine consciousness, they would naturally be able to easily detect Meng Fangui's location. Even the group of heavenly emperors present would find it difficult to detect Meng Fangui's location with their naked eyes. Apart from a few divine spirit powerhouses, their divine eyes could clearly see Meng Fangui's figure through the void. He was approaching Zhong Guoyu from another direction. It was obvious that he wanted to launch a sneak attack on him. Everyone saw Zhong Guoyu standing motionlessly in his original spot as though he was not afraid of the attack from the Law of Darkness. Zhong Guoyu finally opened his mouth. Darkness will eventually be annihilated by light. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light rose from Zhong Guoyu's body. The blazing white light caused the expressions of many young geniuses with lower cultivation to change drastically. At the same time, they felt a piercing pain in their eyes. Chapter 3476. Whoosh. Whoosh. A terrifying white light instantly extended from Zhong Guoyu's thin body and spread out, enveloping the surrounding area. As the scorching white light extended out, the attack formed by the laws of darkness actually started to gradually dissipate. By the time it reached Zhong Guoyu, there was less than half of it left, and it was destroyed by the white light sword that Zhong Guoyu casually grabbed. 1 move. Zhong Guoyu's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, the scorching white light on his body extended further and became more profound. It's the law of light's territory ultimacy. At least 2 ultimacies have been fused. Moreover, there are other light ultimacies mixed in. Among the young geniuses present, there was no lack of discerning people. With just a glance, they could tell that Zhong Guoyu's current means were extraordinary. The law of light's territory ultimacy had been fused with other ultimacies, as well as other ultimacies. Dark realm. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Meng Fangui's figure gradually appeared under the scorching white light. Finally, Meng Fangui let out a violent roar. Then, a pitch-black light swept out from his body. The scorching white light and the cold black light intertwined as if to determine the winner. The second move. Zhong Guoyu took a step forward. Suddenly, the scorching white light on his body rose again. At the same time, several pairs of white wings condensed behind him. They looked very much like the angel wings in the Western myths and legends of Duan Lingtian's previous life. There were a total of 3 pairs of wings. When they flapped, Zhong Guoyu stood on the ground and floated at a low altitude. At this moment, Zhong Guiyu stared indifferently at Meng Fangui in front of him. He raised his right hand, and when it fell again, a crescent-shaped white light blade seemed to appear out of thin air and swept toward Meng Fangui. Seeing this, Meng Fangui was not to be outdone. A giant black wheel more than 10 feet long also appeared out of thin air. As he waved his hand, it met the white light blade. In a moment, the two collided. Boom! Rumble! The light and dark energies charged forward, causing the formation space where the two of them were located to appear as though it had descended into a black and white whirlpool, giving one a kind of visual shock. The figures of the two of them gradually became blurry within the storm. As the energy ripples scattered, they finally appeared once again. When the third move is used, everything will be over. Zhong Guiyu spoke again. Then, his body bent in the air. The 3 pairs of angel wings on his back drooped down and enveloped his entire body. It was as if he had become a ball wrapped in angel wings. On the surface of the ball, the white light was getting hotter and hotter. Even the group of young geniuses who were watching could clearly feel that there was a terrifying power brewing within it. "We can't let him continue." Meng Fangui's expression changed, and then his body shook. His long hair broke the headband and flew with the wind. Under the background of the dark energy, it was like a terrifying poisonous snake slithering about. At the same time, Meng Fangui's expression was grave, and a walking stick appeared in his hand. To be precise, it wasn't a crutch, but rather a crutch. It was Meng Fangui's staff. It was also an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. "In my name, I summon my compatriots in the dark world to fight for me." From Meng Fangui's mouth, cryptic syllables were uttered one after another, mixed with this sentence, which was the only sentence that most people present could understand. However, there were still some people who could understand the incomprehensible syllables. Without exception, these people were all skilled in the law of darkness. Boom! Rumble! A series of explosions rang in the void above Meng Fangui's head. It was as though thunder was rumbling in the air. Then, above his head, around him, and in the void, cracks appeared out of nowhere. The seemingly illusory cracks turned into ancient stone doors in the blink of an eye. The stone doors opened and figures walked out from within. These figures were of various sizes. The only thing they had in common was that they were formed from black energy, and their eyes shone with a bloody light. It's the summoning profundity from the law of darkness. It's said that those who are skilled in the law of darkness can summon powerful dark creatures if they cast the summoning profundity in the ancient language. Meng Fangui must be chanting the ancient language earlier, right? It must be. While many people were whispering to each other out of curiosity, Meng Fangui shook the crutch in his hand. In an instant, a blood-red figure rushed out from his crutch, and at the same time, it let out a burst of strange laughter. It's the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. Many young geniuses exclaimed when they saw the blood-red figure. It was clear they knew about the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's celestial weapon. At the same time, Zhong Tianyu, who was sitting behind Duan Lingtian, said solemnly, "It's said that the weapon spirit of Meng Fangui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon was captured by Gongsun Shen Yuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan realm, in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In the end, the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect paid a huge price to obtain the weapon and forged it for Meng Fangui. Meng Fangui is the great-great-grandson of the old ancestor of the Dream Dark sect." Based on Zhong Tianyu's words, Duan Lingtian and the others had a better understanding of Meng Fangui's Emperor-grade celestial weapon. It was a celestial weapon that had merged with a blood spirit from the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Moreover, since the heavenly emperor of the Shen Yuan heaven had personally captured the dead spirit, it had to be extraordinary. Zhong Tianyu continued to say, "As long as it's not a divine artifact, no celestial weapon can compete with it. Naturally, a divine artifact with a soul is a divine artifact. A divine artifact without a soul might not be a match for Meng Fangui's celestial weapon." His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand. In fact, when Meng Fangui took out the immortal artifact, many people already knew that the immortal artifact in his hand was extraordinary, and they revealed burning gazes. However, when they saw Meng Fangui using the law of darkness's summoning profundity to summon the dead spirit from the dark world and the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon, their hearts skipped a beat. What's Meng Fangui trying to do? Any ordinary person could tell Meng Fangui's technique was not simple. In fact, it might even be his trump card. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the weapon spirit from the celestial weapon in Meng Fangui's hand disintegrated into several rays of light and merged with the dark creatures he had summoned from the dark world. In just a blink of an eye, the dark creatures were shrouded in a layer of translucent blood-red light that exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Roar! 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 The dark creatures roared, accompanied by the eerie laughter of the blood spirit, the weapon spirit of the celestial weapon, as they flew toward Zhong Guiyu, who was curled into a ball by the angel's wings. Even the best among the four-star gods of war would find it difficult to block Meng Fangui's attack. If Zhong Guiyu can block it, he's at least a four-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's expression turned solemn, which was rare for him. And now, the originally noisy spectator seats had quietened down. Everyone was watching the scene in front of them without blinking. Whoosh! 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 A group of dark creatures charged forward at an extremely fast speed and swept toward the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into. Bam! 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 The attacks of the dark creatures landed on the ball and produced dull thuds. Even the attacks that were infused with the law of darkness's profundity did not cause any damage to the angel's wings. Are you tickling me? After being beaten passively for a while, Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded at the right time. It was calm and indifferent. Hearing this voice, Meng Fangui's expression changed, and he roared, "Shui Mingzi, merge." Almost as soon as Meng Fangui's voice fell, the group of dark creatures stopped attacking. Then, under the guidance of the outer layer of bloodlight, they merged into one and finally turned into a huge figure the size of a small mountain. This was a humanoid dark creature, an existence that had merged all the dark creatures into one. The aura that it emitted made one's heart tremble. In terms of offensive power, my fusion of the blood and spirit is not much weaker than the fusion of three profundities of the law of darkness. Meng Fangui looked calmly at the ball that Zhong Guiyu had turned into and said in a low voice, "Now, are you going to come out and fight with the dark blood spirit that I have summoned, or are you going to continue hiding in there? Do you think I'm hiding?" When Zhong Guiyu's voice sounded again, it was strangely a little hoarser. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the angel's wings opened and Zhong Guiyu reappeared in front of everyone. There was a layer of golden light on his body that mixed with the blazing white light, giving people a sense of holiness. In front of the light, darkness will eventually fade. Following Zhong Guiyu's words, the two glows on his body fused into one. Then, he turned into a huge humanoid creature. He was wearing golden white armor and had an awe-inspiring appearance. He was insufferably arrogant. He was holding a giant hammer in his hand. At some point, a hammer had appeared in Zhong Guiyu's hand. Its shape was no different from the hammer in the hands of the armored giant. Arrogant. Meng Fangui's eyes were cold as he ordered indifferently, "Shui Mingzi, tear him apart." Suddenly, the dark creature that had fused into one body rushed out and charged towards Zhong Guiyu. A long spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear shone with a dark and bloody luster. It was like a bloodthirsty spear that had reached out from hell and killed countless creatures. The third move. As the dark creature rushed out, Zhong Guiyu's cold voice sounded. Then, the golden-armored giant smashed the hammer into the air, causing the air to stagnate and the void to vibrate. There was a deafening sound. Boom. Chapter 3477. Boom. The giant hammer let out a deafening boom in the air. The place where the hammer landed suddenly released a blinding light. It was like a blazing sun that could illuminate all darkness and purify all living things. The dark creature possessed by the blood spirit was only halfway through its journey when it was enveloped by the boundless light and let out a miserable shriek. In the next instant, a ray of light shot up into the sky. Shui Ming had abandoned the dark creature and transformed into a ray of light before he returned to Meng Fangui's emperor-grade celestial weapon, the blood spirit staff. While Meng Fangui was still in a daze, Shui Ling's voice rang in his ears. Crush the jade token and leave. Otherwise, you'll be severely injured even if you survive. At the same time, a dignified voice that carried an unquestionable tone sounded in Meng Fangui's ears. Crush the jade token. Meng Fangui was not surprised by Xueling's warning. However, when he heard Xueling's warning, he did not hesitate. He took out the jade token, crushed it, and left the teleportation formation. Almost at the same time that Meng Fangui crushed the jade tablet and disappeared within the light barrier of the formation, the light that was released from the huge hammer had already swept across the place where Meng Fangui was at earlier like a stormy wave, causing the space to shake as though it could shatter at any time. Boom. Rumble. When the boundless light raged and crashed into the light barrier trembled again. After the light barrier continued to vibrate, clear cracks appeared on it, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, Meng Fangui, who had been teleported out of the area covered by the light shield, paled. What a powerful force. If it weren't for the fact that you're invincible, I wouldn't have allowed you to crush the jade token to escape. Xueming's voice rang from the blood spirit staff in Meng Fangui's hand. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, if I hadn't fled in time, I would have been purified by his light energy. This brat who has comprehended the law of light is definitely a 5-star god of war. Xueming's voice was filled with confidence when he spoke. If I hadn't become the artifact spirit of your celestial artifact and become much weaker, why would I, Xuemingzi, fear him? Xuemingzi was from the Snow Spirit clan in the undead world, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. His strength was comparable to a 6-star god of war. If he hadn't met the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan, Gongsun Shenyuan, he wouldn't have been captured and taken out of the netherworld to become the artifact spirit of Meng Fangui's deity artifact. 5-star war god. Meng Fangui believed Xuemingzi's words because he knew Xuemingzi's background. He knew that Xuemingzi had the strength of a 6-star war god in the past. It wasn't until he became the artifact spirit of the blood spirit staff that his strength was suppressed. According to his great-grandfather, if he didn't suppress Xuemingzi's strength, he wouldn't be able to suppress the blood spirit staff with Xuemingzi as its artifact spirit. He might even be devoured by the staff. Because of this, Xuemingzi's great-grandfather had asked Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan heaven, to suppress his strength to that of a 3-star war god. He's definitely a 5-star war god. Many of the surrounding young geniuses involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the light barrier that seemed like it could break at any moment. Their faces and eyes were filled with shock. Heavens! What is the title temple doing? Not only are there 4-star war gods in the first batch, but there's even a 5-star war god among them. Are you kidding me? Since when are 4-star war gods and 5-star war gods under the age of 1000 so common? Why is the title temple letting a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god fight as soon as the battle begins? Are they trying to hype up the Devata realms battle? Many of the young geniuses and heavenly emperors were in disbelief. Meanwhile, the people from the title temple felt helpless. They knew Meng Fangui was very strong. He was suspected to be a 4-star war god. However, they were unaware of Zhong Guiyu's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't have allowed Zhong Guiyu and Zhong Guiyu to fight at such a time. Normally, such a battle would only be held between the top 30 and the top 100 in the Devata realms battle. In other words, it would only be held in the 5th round. However, in the 4th round of the Devata realms battle, a 4-star war god and a 5-star war god were already fighting in the first batch. Although we know Zhong Guiyu's strength is at least a 2-star war god, that's all we know about him. Who would have thought he's a 5-star war god? What's Zhong Guiyu's background? I don't know. I only know his from the boundless heaven, but I don't know who he is. Initially, we only arranged for Zhong Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui because he's an expert in the law of light. None of us thought he'd be a match for Meng Fangui. We all thought he'd only be a stepping stone for Meng Fangui. Who knew he's a 5-star war god and defeated Meng Fangui in just 3 moves? At this moment, the high-ranking officials from the title temple's sub-palaces were speechless. Their voices were filled with shock as they whispered among themselves. The title temple was the one who decided on the list in the 4th round of the Devata realms through discussion among the title temple's members. Nobody thought Zhang Guiyu would win when they arranged for Zhang Guiyu to fight Meng Fangui. However, their jaws dropped when they saw Zhang Guiyu's result. Even Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the Title Temple's main hall, who was in charge of the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, was stunned when he saw Zhang Guiyu forcing Meng Fangui to flee. He only regained his senses when Zhang Guiyu's attack destroyed the formation that enveloped the area. Swoosh! Shu Konghai raised his hand, and a huge translucent palm descended. It easily destroyed Zhang Guiyu's attack as though it was a mosquito. At this point, Zhang Guiyu had obtained her first victory. Moreover, she had defeated Meng Fangui, a person with the strength of a 4-star war god. From today onward, I'm afraid there won't be many people in the Devata realms who don't know Zhang Guiyu. Zhang Guiyu seems to be from the boundless heaven. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven knows him? While the group of young geniuses were whispering in shock, many people's gazes fell on the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Even some heavenly emperors were looking at the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was the grandfather of the palace master of the heavenly pool palace, a heaven-grade force that Duan Lingtian had joined. In fact, Duan Lingtian had met the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Initially, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven had tried to harm Duan Lingtian until he learned that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I don't know him. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven smiled wryly when he heard the question. He didn't come with me. He came with the palace master of the boundless heaven's Title Temple's branch. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven nodded. Since you don't know him, he must be the disciple of a hermit from the boundless heaven. That's possible. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven agreed. If Zhang Guiyu was from a force in the boundless heaven, it would be impossible for him not to have heard of him. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's Title Temple would be willing to accept such a person as his disciple. For the sake of Zhang Guiyu, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was willing to put down his pride and personally accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. In the end, he could not help but send a voice transmission to Zhang Guiyu. Zhang Guiyu, I'm the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. I'm interested in accepting you as my disciple. Are you willing? Before Zhang Guiyu could reply, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven continued to say, if you're willing to become my disciple, you'll be able to do whatever you want in the boundless heaven. No one will dare to offend you. In the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven's opinion, Zhang Guiyu would be flattered if he, the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm, took the initiative to accept him as his disciple. However, to his surprise, Zhang Guiyu only glanced at him indifferently. Put aside the fact that I already have a master, even if I don't, you're not worthy of being my master, heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven did not expect someone would tell him he was not worthy of being Duan Lingtian's master. At this moment, the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor even forgot about his anger. His entire being was in a daze. After regaining his senses, he angrily sent a voice transmission to Zhang Guiyu and said, "Little brat, what arrogance! Who's your master? Do you think I'm not as good as your master?" Zhang Guiyu remained calm in the face of the furious heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. What's wrong? Heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven, are you going to challenge my master to a duel? If he dares, I don't mind. The heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven said in a low voice. Are you sure? If you're sure, after I return to the boundless heaven, I'll ask my master to visit the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven. Zhang Guiyu's voice was laced with a hint of mockery. Upon hearing Zhang Guiyu's strange tone, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven calmed down and asked, "Who's your master?" "You won't know him even if I tell you. However, his cultivation base is above a celestial emperor. He has only become a god a few hundred years ago." Upon hearing Zhang Guiyu's words, the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was frightened out of his wits. A god? Zhang Guiyu's master was a god. Moreover, he was a god in the boundless heaven? Heavens! How could there be a god in the boundless heaven? Zhang Guiyu ignored the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven and continued to fly back to the spectator area. Along the way, He looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've heard about you from my senior sister a long time ago. She's full of praise for you. I hope you won't disappoint me in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Achem. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu would send him a voice transmission. Moreover, based on his words, it seemed like his senior sister knew him. Who's your senior sister? Shu Ye Shi. This was Zhong Guiyu's reply to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 3478. Shu Ye Shi. Duan Lingtian did not expect Zhong Guiyu's reply. He did not expect Zhong Guiyu would say Shu Ye Shi, the Heavenly Pool Palace's eldest senior sister, was his senior sister. Are you a disciple that teacher recently accepted? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Did he have a junior brother now? However, after thinking about it, Duan Lingtian did not think it was possible. After all, based on Zhong Guiyu's strength, Shu Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven, was definitely stronger than his teacher. Don't misunderstand. Zhong Guiyu knew Duan Lingtian had misunderstood his words. He said, although I'm senior sister Shu Ye Shi's junior brother, my master isn't the verdant prairie celestial emperor. Senior sister Shu Ye Shi's master is someone else. Upon hearing Zhong Guiyu's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood Zhong Guiyu's words. In the past, he knew Shu Ye Shi was not an ordinary person. The last time he saw her, even Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was wary of her strength. After all, Yu Fengyu was a 6-star god of war. Although he was only an ordinary 6-star god of war, he was still a 6-star god of war. Even a 5-star god of war would not be a match for him. In other words, at that time, his eldest senior sister Shu Ye Shi was at least a 6-star god of war. Now, she must be even stronger. I've heard from 3rd senior sister and 6th senior brother that eldest senior sister left the Heavenly Pool Palace a long time ago to explore the outside world. However, they don't know where she went. Duan Lingtian recalled what he had learned from Shu Lang's 3rd and 6th disciples. It was not difficult for him to figure out that Shu Ye Shi had become the disciple of an expert after leaving the Heavenly Pool Palace. It was very likely that she was able to raise her strength to such an exaggerated level in such a short period of time because she had taken that expert as her master. Even her father, Duan Lingtian's teacher in the Heavenly Pool Palace, Shu Lang, was shocked by her strength. He was well aware of this. In other words, even Shu Lang might not know that his own daughter had an expert teacher outside. Who is your master? Duan Lingtian asked out of curiosity. When Zhong Guiyu heard this, he immediately responded to Duan Lingtian, our master is a reclusive master. You won't know him even if I tell you. All you need to know is that he's also a god-level master. Gods. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed that someone who could nurture such outstanding disciples like Shu Ye Shi and Zhong Guiyu must be a god-level master, he was still shocked when he heard Zhong Guiyu's words. As it turned out, his eldest senior sister had a god-level master. Duan Lingtian, apart from the exploding element celestial fruit, I'm also here for you, Zhong Guiyu said bluntly. Zhong Guiyu said bluntly, I plan to defeat you in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses so senior sister will know that I, Zhong Guiyu, am the strongest among her junior brother. Even you whom she always praises are no match for me. Based on Zhong Guiyu's words, it was clear Shu Ye Shi thought highly of him. Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe that Zhong Guiyu had repeatedly mentioned his eldest senior sister, and Shu Ye Shi had always praised him in front of him. After all, he had only met his eldest senior sister twice, and she had always been hostile toward him. He did not expect her to praise him in front of others. It seems like eldest senior sister is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I await your guidance at any time. Duan Lingtian gladly accepted Zhong Guiyu's challenge. He was not discouraged by the fact that Zhong Guiyu was a 5-star god of war. After all, Zhong Guiyu, a 5-star god of war, had made a move. Although the other 4 battles were not bad, they were not as exciting as the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. For this reason, many people only glanced at the battles before they turned to look at the people around them. The topic of discussion did not stray away from the battle between Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui. Even when another 10 people went up for the second round of battles, not many people paid attention to them. Among them, there were some who displayed the strength of a 3-star war god. However, because Zhong Guiyu and Meng Fangui were in front of them, although they displayed decent strength, they were still overshadowed. It was not until Su Li went up that he attracted everyone's attention. Although Su Li's strength was only at the level of a 2-star god of war, there was another halo around him. He was only 600 years old this year. Among the participants of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he was one of the 2 youngest people. The other person was, naturally, Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect to be the first one to go up. Su Li smiled. Then, his robe shook, and he flew out. A sword light was faintly discernible under his feet. Then, it dragged him into the arena. Su Li's opponent is Tuoba Ping. When everyone's attention was on Su Li's name, they did not pay attention to his opponent's name. This was because Su Li's name was more attractive. A 600-year-old young genius was participating in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. This was extremely rare in the long history of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. Only when Su Li appeared did the crowd begin to look at the name of his opponent. Many people couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the name. Obviously, they recognized the young genius named Tuoba Ping. Tuoba Ping is the strongest person among the younger generation in the Tuoba clan, a heaven-grade force in the Hengyu heaven. It's said that he was already a 3-star god of war 20 years ago. He must be even stronger now. I'm afraid Tuoba Ping's current strength is considered strong even among 3-star gods of war. I didn't expect Su Li to encounter Tuoba Ping in his first battle. Aren't the people from the Title Temple afraid of being scolded for making such an arrangement? Tuoba Ping isn't a nobody. They must know about his strength. Of course, they know about Tuoba Ping's strength. Previously, Tuoba Ping's strength was said to be at least a 3-star god of war. The people from the Title Temple are purposely trying to defeat Su Li. Su Li is only 600 years old, but they actually arranged for Tuoba Ping to be his opponent. This is too much. Although Su Li's expression did not change at all when he saw Tuoba Ping's strength, many young geniuses in the spectator seats began to feel indignant for Su Li. They felt the Title Temple was being unfair. Su Li Tuoba Ping was a tall and handsome young man who wore a sky-blue robe with silver edges. After he entered the arena, he smiled lightly at Su Li. Although I have the advantage in this battle due to my age, if it wasn't for the current me, I really wouldn't dare to say that I could defeat you. When I was your age, I wasn't even a titled Celestial Emperor. Tuoba Ping sighed when he finished speaking. Defeat me? Su Li smiled faintly. It won't be easy to defeat me. Is that so? Tuoba Ping's eyes lit up. It seems like you're very confident in your strength. In that case, I'll fight you seriously to show my respect for you. Come. Su Li nodded, and then his entire body floated up into the air. The sword light beneath his feet condensed into material form, and the robes on his body fluttered, causing him to seem as if he transformed into a confident and elegant young sword immortal with a graceful bearing and extraordinary bearing. Come. Tuoba Ping didn't waste any time. He shouted and his robe fluttered. A golden light swept out from his body, making him look like a golden man. On the surface of his body, the golden energy quickly condensed and wrapped around him, turning him into a golden man. This was the law of metal, the metal body profundity. You use a sword, so do I. Today, I'll use my sword to test your sword. Even though Su Li had yet to take out his immortal equipment, Tuoba Ping had already guessed that Su Li was a sword immortal. As he raised his hand, a jade-green sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. The sword's body was flowing with light like a pool of autumn water, crystal clear. With just a glance, one could tell the sword was not simple. A 3-star war god, Duan Lingtian sat at the spectating area and looked from afar at the 2 people who were at daggers drawn, and his eyes narrowed slightly. This Tuoba Ping can be considered to be a suitable opponent for Su Li. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Su Li unleash his full strength, Su Li was certain Su Li was confident in his strength. However, based on Su Li's words, It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess Su Li was not a 4-star god of war yet. Otherwise, he would not have said such words. In the past, 4-star war gods would be able to enter the top 30 in most of the Devata Realms battles of geniuses. Naturally, there were also some Devata Realms battles of geniuses where there were many outstanding young geniuses. At that time, some of the weaker 4-star war gods would not even be able to enter the top 30. Such Devata Realms battles of geniuses were rare. Most of the time, a young genius with the strength of a 4-star god of war could easily enter the top 30 of the Devata Realms genius battle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Duan Lingtian was still lost in his thoughts when he heard the sound of swords whistling in the air. When he looked over, he saw the area where Su Li and Tuoba Ping were standing was shrouded in a rain of swords. The rain of swords was raging as they spun in all directions toward Su Li. At this moment, even those with good eyesight could only vaguely see Su Li's silhouette. The rain of swords continued to converge. It was obvious they were trying to surround and kill Su Li. Suddenly, Su Li made his move. Swoosh. The sound of swords whistling in the air rang in the air, drowning out the sound of swords whistling in the air. Su Li's body shone with a crimson light as he transformed into a gigantic sword and stabbed it toward the side of the rain of swords. The sword ray was sharp as though it could destroy everything. Chapter 3479. Similar to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Su Li was skilled in the law of destruction. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had asked Su Li to stay behind and give him some pointers. Naturally, Feng Qingyang's pointers were different from Duan Lingtian's. Most of the pointers he gave Su Li were about the law of destruction so that Su Li would have a better understanding of the law of destruction. However, some things were one thing to say, and another to do. Although Feng Qingyang did not hide anything from Su Li and explained his understanding of the law of destruction to Su Li, it would take time for Su Li to apply the pointers he had received from Feng Qingyang. For this reason, Su Li's current strength was not much stronger than before he met Feng Qingyang. After all, he had not had the time to digest what Feng Qingyang had told him. Swoosh. Although Su Li's strength was not much stronger than when he had first arrived, he was already very strong. Now that his celestial origin energy had merged with the law of destruction, it transformed into a blood sword that shot up into the sky. With just one sword, he broke through Tuoba Ping's sword attack. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw Su Li taking the initiative to attack Tuoba Ping after breaking through Tuoba Ping's first wave of attacks. Based on the current situation, Su Li is not at a disadvantage. After a while, Su Li and Tuoba Ping exchanged a few blows, and Su Li gradually gained the upper hand. A rare smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face as he muttered to himself, "It seems like Su Li has a high chance of winning this battle." In the arena, Su Li and Tuoba Ping were locked in battle. In the end, both of them displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. As they exchanged blows, the blood-red light and the golden light continued to collide with each other. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The sound of swords whistling in the air did not stop. Both of them were sword celestials, and it was a visual treat for the audience to watch. Tuoba Ping lives up to his reputation. I really didn't expect Tuoba Ping to already have the strength of a peak 3-star war god. Many people were shocked by Tuoba Ping's strength. Before this, many people thought that even if Tuoba Ping had already become a 3-star war god, he should only be in the middle of the 3-star war gods and not at the top. And now, in the battle between Tuoba Ping and Su Li, he had displayed the strength of a peak 3-star war god. This shocked and amazed everyone. Of course, what shocked people even more was Su Li. Oh my god. Is this Su Li really only 600 plus years old? To have such battle prowess at the age of 600. Give him another few hundred years, and when he's close to 1,000 years old, how heaven-defying will he be if his progress doesn't decrease? A top-notch 5-star war god? 6-star war god? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine that a 600-year-old youngster could have such strength. Based on his current strength, he's not inferior to Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, Duan Lingtian is about the same age as him, and both of them seem to be friends. It's a coincidence. I have a childhood friend who joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. He's quite accomplished in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before the Battle of Geniuses began, he mentioned Su Li and Duan Lingtian. It's said that Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm, and they're good friends for many years. They're also prodigies of the same generation. What? Su Li and Duan Lingtian came from the mundane realm? Since when are there such heaven-defying figures among the ascendants? While the crowd marveled at Su Li's strength, someone revealed that he and Duan Lingtian came from the same mundane realm. Most of the people present on the scene were shocked. It was apparent they did not expect Su Li to be a transcender. How could two ascendants possess such strength when they were only slightly over 600 years old? For those who were born and raised in the Devata realms to be inferior to Su Li and Duan Lingtian at such a young age, they felt as though they had lived for so many years in vain. Since Duan Lingtian was an ascendant, some of them had heard about how Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had attacked the clone of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang came from the same mundane realm. Does this mean Su Li is from the same mundane realm as well? I've only heard of Yang Huang realm and a few other mundane realms that have many heaven-defying powerhouses. I've never heard of any mundane realm that has so many outstanding people. Many people were curious about Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian's hometown. At this moment, not only had Su Li become the center of attention, but even Duan Lingtian had also noticed the numerous burning gazes that descended onto him. Su Li has a high chance of winning. At this moment, Tang Sanpao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, said with a smile on his face. That's only if Tuoba Ping has used up all his trump cards. Zhong Tianyu frowned slightly as he continued to say, there's one thing I'm not sure if it's true or not. The Emperor-grade celestial weapon in Tuoba Ping's hand has an artifact spirit. It was given to him by the former clan leader of the Tuoba clan on his 900th birthday. Artifact spirit? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He knew the difference between an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit and one without. Su Li, Duan Lingtian was about to send a voice transmission to Su Li when Tuoba Ping, who had been at a disadvantage, suddenly laughed heartily. Good. Wonderful. Su Li, I'm amazed by your strength. In terms of strength, I admit I'm inferior to you. However, the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses isn't just a competition of strength. Celestial weapons are important as well. As Tuoba Ping's voice fell, a green light suddenly extended from the sword in his hand. Within the green light, one could vaguely see the phantom of an indescribable ferocious creature floating. It's a sword spirit. Another Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. When the silhouette of a ferocious creature merged with Tuoba Ping's sword, the sword's aura changed completely. It felt oppressive as though there was a new force in it. Swoosh. Tuoba Ping did not use any fancy sword techniques. Instead, his celestial origin energy, which was fused with the metal law profundity, emitted a dazzling golden light. Amid the golden light, a sharp green sword light was constantly emitting from the sword in his hand. In just a blink of an eye, Su Li, who had been suppressing Tuoba Ping, was suppressed. Tuoba Ping's celestial weapon had turned the tables around. What a powerful celestial weapon! Su Li's expression was grim when he looked at Tuoba Ping's sword. He smiled wryly inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he would not have rejected the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's offer. Before coming to the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had lent him the sect's sect-guarding celestial sword. The sect-guarding celestial sword had a powerful sword spirit. It was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had been passed down since the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's days of decline. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon had killed many Emperor-grade celestial weapons with artifact spirits. It was said that the Emperor-grade celestial weapon was a natural bane to artifact spirits. The young geniuses shook their heads when they saw Su Li was at a disadvantage. I thought Su Li was going to win. Who knew Tuoba Ping's Emperor-grade celestial weapon has an artifact spirit? An Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit is much stronger than an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without an artifact spirit. Even Du and Lingtian frowned slightly at this moment. It was almost impossible for Su Li to defeat Tuoba Ping unless he took out the artifact spirit he had obtained in the ruins of a realm of gods. However, even if Su Li had the artifact spirit, he would not take it out. If he took it out, he would become a target for everyone. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Since Su Li was still in the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven, no one would dare to make a move on him. However, once he returned to the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven, he would definitely be killed. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, said that he would protect Su Li, no one would pay any attention to him. The temptation of a divine artifact was so great that it was worth the risk. Even if his master, Feng Qingyang, left a god's spiritual mark on Su Li, it would be difficult for him to save Su Li if he could not protect Su Li in time. Su Li, just admit defeat if you can't win. Du and Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li, don't use the artifact spirit. Although Du and Lingtian was confident Su Li would be able to maintain his rationality, he was worried Su Li would not be able to hold himself back from using the artifact spirit. At that time, things would get out of hand. At this moment, Su Li was completely focused on his battle with Tuoba Ping. His sword shadows were everywhere, and he had no time to respond to Du and Lingtian's voice transmission. Upon seeing this, Du and Lingtian no longer sent a voice transmission to Su Li since he knew Su Li had heard his voice transmission. Boom, boom, boom. Tuoba Ping looked like a god shimmering with golden light as he stood in the air. The green sword in his hand shone brightly before it transformed into a huge sword whip that shot toward Su Li. Su Li, on the other hand, seemed insignificant in the face of the two-colored sword rays. Wherever the two-colored sword beam passed, the space trembled. The surrounding array formation also trembled slightly. It was obvious how terrifying Tuoba Ping's attack was. Su Li, just admit defeat. Tuoba Ping said in an indifferent tone. In the face of Tuoba Ping's ferocious attack, Su Li did not know why. He stood rooted to the ground and did not move an inch. His gaze never left the two-colored sword rays that were rapidly approaching him. It was as if there was some kind of magic that was attracting him. In the blink of an eye, the sword rays had covered half of the distance. However, Su Li maintained his current state. He did not block or dodge the attack. At this moment, even Tuoba Ping could not help but frown. He did not want to kill Su Li. However, Su Li did not admit defeat nor did he crush the jade pendant to escape. Tuoba Ping was helpless. Chapter 3480. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was motionless as if he was possessed, Du and Lingtian's expression changed. He subconsciously stood up and wanted to pull Su Li out of that area. The others also felt that Su Li was crazy to be in a daze at this moment. There were also people who were puzzled. Could it be that Tuoba Ping knew illusions that caused Su Li to become like this? Tuoba Ping also knew that he wasn't good at illusions and it was useless now. The reason why Su Li was like this was because of himself. It had nothing to do with him. Su Li. Seeing that Su Li was about to die under his sword, Tuoba Ping frowned. At the same time, he had already decided to stop. He thought that even if he couldn't completely stop his attack, it wouldn't be enough to kill Su Li. At most, he would be able to heavily injure Su Li. However, at this crucial moment, Du and Lingtian stepped into the air and was about to step forward. Don't interrupt him. A voice entered Du and Lingtian's ears. It was his master, Feng Qingyang's transmission. Achem. Hearing his master's words, Du and Lingtian subconsciously looked at Su Li again. Previously, he was too worried and didn't pay attention. Now that he was paying attention, it wasn't hard to see that the destructive energy on the surface of Su Li's body was gradually boiling. It was as if cold water was slowly boiling. I understand now. At this critical moment, Su Li's dull eyes lit up. He muttered softly, and a bloody light bloomed from his body. A terrifying and destructive aura spread out, causing the light barrier of the formation to tremble. This is Tuoba Ping, who had originally planned to hold back, saw that Su Li seemed to have become a different person. His expression changed greatly. It wasn't hard to see that the current Su Li was obviously stronger than before. Just the energy that was unintentionally revealed caused his heart to tremble. Could it be that he broke through to the level of a 4-star war god? There was a huge difference between a 4-star war god and a 3-star war god. They weren't even on the same level. The latter could easily defeat the former. The sudden change in Su Li's aura caused him to subconsciously have this thought. His heart trembled violently. I hope I'm wrong, Tuoba Ping prayed as he continued to circulate the celestial origin energy in his body. He tried his best to strengthen his attack against Su Li, and he didn't dare be careless in the slightest. As for the thought of holding back, he'd completely discarded it at the instant Su Li's aura changed. As soon as that thought sprouted, it was strangled in the cradle. Boom! Rumble! The golden and green lights intertwined on the gigantic sword, illuminating more than half of the Devata realm's genius battle. It was the center of attention for the entire Devata realm's genius battle. And now, it was even closer to Su Li. Even if Su Li was a 4-star war god, it was already too late for him to dodge. Just in time. Facing Tuoba Ping's attack, Su Li casually threw the immortal sword in his hand. In an instant, the blood-red sword radiance on the immortal sword surged and enveloped his entire body. Then, the blood-red light continued to expand. Furthermore, it was expanding at an extremely exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, the sword light soared into the sky and met the sword that was descending from the sky. It seemed to be fearless and carried with it a destructive aura. The destructive aura swept across the sky, causing the air to stagnate and space to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. At this moment, the young geniuses in the spectator seats could clearly sense how terrifying Su Li's sword radiance was. How did Su Li's strength suddenly increase so much? Earlier, he was still holding back. I feel like there are 2 more profundities of the laws of destruction in his attacks. They fused together, causing his strength to improve significantly. Heavens! His attack isn't any weaker than Tuoba Ping's attack when he uses an Emperor-grade celestial sword with an artifact spirit. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were shocked by Su Li's sudden performance. On the other hand, the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials from the title temple's branches in the Devata realms looked at Su Li in shock, admiration, and disbelief. Naturally, their judgment was not something most of the young geniuses present on the scene could compare to. They could see that Su Li was in a disadvantageous position. Earlier, Su Li was indeed at his wit's end. He was no match for Tuoba Ping. However, in the face of Tuoba Ping's current attack, Su Li was stunned for a moment. A moment later, his entire being seemed to have changed. The aura of the laws of destruction on his body became even sharper and more terrifying. Everyone could see this clearly. Su Li's comprehension ability is terrifying. Even under such circumstances, on the brink of death, he was still able to further comprehend the law of destruction, allowing the law of destruction to take a critical step forward. One of the heavenly emperors could not help but exclaim, "I heard Su Li is from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. I wonder if the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven will be able to tolerate such a genius." Another heavenly emperor sighed as he looked at Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. In the past, when the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was still a heaven-grade force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, there was a genius in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect who was capable of challenging Yu Hao Tian to a duel. However, that genius was defeated and died. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect declined. Rumor had it that Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, deliberately suppressed the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. After that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect left the Jade Emperor territory and went to the Nando territory. Nobody dared to offend them in the Nando territory. At this moment, Yu Hao Tian, the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, was sitting with Gongsun Shenyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven. He's a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Gongsun Shenyuan asked. Yes. Yu Hao Tian nodded. He's one of a kind in the history of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. I didn't expect such a talent would appear after so many years. Do you feel pressured? Gongsun Shenyuan asked with a smile on his face. That person from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect caused you to be in a wretched state. Although you killed him in the end, you were severely injured. It took you several hundred years to recover. Gongsun Shenyuan, on the other hand, was well aware of what had happened in the past. The genius sword celestial from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had challenged Yu Haotian, who was the heavenly emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven at that time. Both of them fought fiercely. In the end, Yu Haotian won by a hair's breadth. It was not Yu Haotian's intention to kill his opponent, but it was a battle of life and death. Since Yu Haotian was stronger, he managed to kill his opponent. Otherwise, Yu Haotian would have been the one to die. After Yu Haotian was severely injured, it took him several hundred years to recover from his injuries. While he was in closed-door cultivation, his nephew, Yang Jian, the three-eyed celestial emperor, could not stand by idly. He impersonated Yu Haotian and ordered a group of titled celestial emperors from the Jade Emperor Heaven to attack the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. The Thousand Tribulations sword sect was forced to flee the Jade Emperor territory to the Nando territory. Since Yang Jian was impersonating Yu Haotian, he did not dare to go too far. However, even with that being the case, after Yu Haotian recovered from his injuries and exited his closed-door training, he still heavily punished Yang Jian. Initially, he wanted to bring the Thousand Tribulations sword sect back to the Jade Emperor territory since he had killed the powerhouse from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. However, after visiting the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, he discovered the Thousand Tribulations sword sect seemed to have improved after leaving the Jade Emperor territory. For this reason, he did not disturb the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Even when rumors spread that he was trying to suppress the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, he did not bother to explain himself. Instead, he remained silent. Finally, I have something to look forward to. Yu Haotian nodded. If the leader of the Ganjiang progeny and Moxie progeny in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect grow stronger before I become a god, it's not impossible for them to fight me. However, I don't think they're strong enough to suppress me. In this Su Li, I see the shadow of that person from back then. Perhaps, if he is given time, he will be able to fight against me in the future. Based on Yu Haotian's words, it was clear he admired Su Li a lot. I'm just worried he'll take your position as Heavenly Emperor to avenge the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Gongsun Shenyuan said with a smile. If he's capable of that, I'll just give it to him. Yu Haotian smiled indifferently. Judging from his current appearance, it was clear that he was serious and was not just joking around. Meanwhile, you have a good comprehension ability. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, was the first person to notice Su Li's stunned state. For this reason, he was able to stop his disciple, Duan Lingtian, from saving Su Li. A smile appeared on Feng Qingyang's face when he saw Su Li's comprehension of the law of destruction had improved. He could see Su Li had taken his words to heart. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fuse the two profundities of the law of destruction at this moment. Moreover, he had taught Su Li how to fuse the profundities of the law of destruction. Naturally, he could only rely on his own experience when he taught Su Li, otherwise, Su Li would have had to rely on his own comprehension ability. However, it could not be said that he had helped Su Li a lot. After all, Su Li had relied on himself to make a breakthrough. With this breakthrough, he has the strength of a 4-star god of war. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank in the top 30 of the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene could not tell what was going on. They thought Su Li had concealed his cultivation base. However, there were a few young geniuses with keen eyes who could tell Su Li had just made a breakthrough. Su Li actually made a breakthrough during the battle. Tuoba Ping is going to lose. Even Duan Lingtian had a smile on his face when he saw the blood-red sword ray and the golden-green sword ray colliding. This guy. He actually made a breakthrough. Chapter 3481. Su Li stood at the same spot. His body was as straight as a javelin. He stood there majestically, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. At this moment, the Emperor-grade celestial soared in front of him and his body emitted a vast and majestic blood-red sword ray. The blood-red sword ray fearlessly met Tuoba Ping's golden-green sword ray head-on. Finally, the two swords collided. At first, they seemed to be evenly matched, as if it was difficult to determine the victor. However, in the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword ray spread out like the sunset, while the trace of green in the golden-green sword ray suddenly shrank, as if it was fleeing. Squeak! A strange and shrill cry rang in the air. Those who heard it felt chills running up their spines. It's the voice of the sword spirit of Tuoba Ping's sword. Many people had guessed this. Just as this thought flashed through everyone's minds, they saw that the golden-green sword ray had disappeared after the green light faded away. The culprit, Tuoba Ping, had disappeared from his original spot and appeared outside the light barrier of the formation. Boom! 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 The blood-red sword light wreaked havoc as it slammed into the light barrier, causing the light barrier to tremble and sway as if it would collapse at any moment. However, it did not collapse in the end and was forcefully withstood the attack. It seems like the light shield's limit is to withstand the attack of a 4-star god of war. The scene before Duan Lingtian's eyes made him realize this. He was happy for Su Li when he saw how easily Su Li had won. There's hope for Su Li to enter the top 30. After Su Li had broken through, his strength was comparable to a 4-star god of war. Apart from the heavenly emperors and high-ranking officials in the Devata realms, even Duan Lingtian and some young geniuses with keen eyesight could see this. As for the others, even if they could not see it, they could guess it. I didn't expect Su Li to have concealed his strength. Based on his strength, he's at least a 4-star god of war. A 4-star god of war who's over 600 years old. Su Li is even more heaven-defying than Duan Lingtian. That's right. Duan Lingtian's strength is only comparable to a 3-star god of war, although Duan Lingtian had made a move, because he had defeated a 2-star god of war. Most of the people present could only confirm that he was in existence at the 3-star god of war or above. They couldn't confirm that he was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, when they saw Su Li's strength, they were certain he was stronger than Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not mind. Su Li, were you hiding your strength, or did you have a breakthrough? At the same time, Tuoba Ping, who had crushed the jade token and left the light barrier of the formation, asked Su Li with a bitter smile as he looked at Su Li, who was in the formation. Huh! Following Tuoba Ping's question, the young geniuses who did not realize Su Li had a breakthrough were stunned. What does Tuoba Ping mean? Does he think Su Li had a breakthrough? If he had a breakthrough, wouldn't that be too scary? How high of a level of comprehension does he have? That's right, to have a breakthrough is simply heaven-defying. When the gazes of the young geniuses landed on Su Li again, Su Li looked at Tuoba Ping and said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If it wasn't for the pressure from your sword, I wouldn't have been able to improve my destruction edict in such a short time." Su Li's words undoubtedly admitted that he had a breakthrough. Immediately, the crowd was in an uproar. Of course, for those who had already seen through Su Li's breakthrough, they were not surprised. Su Li, are you confident you can enter the top 30 now? After Su Li returned, Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. If I can't enter the top 30 now, it would be a waste of senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Su Li smiled. Oh! Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he heard Su Li's words. Your breakthrough this time has something to do with my master? Yes. Su Li nodded. The breakthrough this time is all because of senior Feng Qingyang's guidance. Of course, the pressure from Tuoba Ping's attack is also a large part of the reason. When Su Li reached the end of his sentence, he could not help but smile. At the same time, he looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, compared to you, my current strength is still lacking, right? Duan Lingtian's current strength was a mystery to Su Li. Before he had a breakthrough, he had never asked Duan Lingtian this question because he felt the gap between him and Duan Lingtian was not small. However, now that he had a breakthrough in the Destruction Edict and possessed the strength of a 4-star god of war, he had become slightly arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. Won't you find out if we fight? Duan Lingtian smiled in response to Su Li's question and gave him such a reply. Then, I'll wait for you. Su Li nodded. His eyes flashed with battle intent. At the same time, Luo Sanpao looked at Su Li and gave him a thumbs up. Su Li, you're amazing. You actually made a breakthrough during a battle. It'll be a big problem for you to enter the top 30 as a 4-star god of war. Yes. Su Li turned to look at Luo Sanpao and nodded politely. Good luck to you as well. If you enter the top 30, perhaps 4 of us will be able to enter the top 30. Top 30. Luo Sanpao was stunned when he heard Su Li's words. Then, he shook his head and said, Su Li, I didn't participate in the Devata Realm's Battle of Geniuses to enter the top 30. My goal is to enter the top 3. Luo Sanpao's eyes flashed brightly when he finished speaking. At the same time, the frivolous aura on his body seemed to have changed. Top 3? Luo Sanpao's words shocked not only Su Li, but Duan Lingtian and the others as well. They did not expect Luo Sanpao to be so ambitious. Dasa. Brother Sanpao. At this moment, Zhong Tianyu patted Luo Sanpao's shoulder and shook his head with a smile. It's good to be ambitious, but you can't expect to reach the top in a single step. In my opinion, you should set a goal for yourself to enter the top 100. Otherwise, the greater your expectations, the greater your disappointment. Although Zhong Tianyu did not know Luo Sanpao's background, based on Tang Sanpao's usual behavior, he could not tell how strong he was. Usually, those who were strong were cold and aloof, right? Tang Sanpao was not as talkative before they got to know him. He was only talkative in front of Duan Lingtian. However, after they got to know him better, he became talkative. Luo Sanpao did not think that a talkative person like him could be as talented as Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyun. You still don't believe me? Luo Sanpao glared at Luo Sanpao. Fine, fine. Just you wait. If the title temple dares to assign a 4-star god of war to me, I'll kill him. Even Luo Sanpao did not expect that he would be the second person to enter the arena. After the introduction of Su Li's 10 people, a few more rounds passed. Luo Sanpao's name appeared in the air, and his opponent was named Yu Lansheng. Yu Lansheng. When Duan Lingtian saw Yu Lansheng's name, a light bulb went off in his head. The first thing that came to his mind was that he seemed to have an impression of this name. Oh my god! It's Yu Lansheng. Before Tang Sanpao could step forward, Zhong Tianyu, who was sitting next to him, could not help but stand up. At the same time, he looked at Tang Sanpao and said, Brother Tang Sanpao, your crow's beak is really accurate. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Zhong Tianyu's eyes widened as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Brother Sanpao, don't tell me you're also good at prophecies. However, shouldn't people like him be good at the law of time, one of the 4 supreme laws? Tang Sanpao was not good at the law of time. It's Yu Lansheng. Tang Sanpao stood up as well. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, the title temple really knows me well. They actually arranged a 4-star god of war for the first battle of the 4th round. Moreover, he's a true disciple of Yu Haotian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Duan Lingtian finally remembered that he had seen Yu Haotian's name before. Since Yu Haotian was a true disciple of Yu Haotian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven, and was suspected to be a 4-star god of war, he had an impression of Yu Haotian. The Jade Emperor's true disciple? At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the young man who flew up from the spectator seats on the left and landed in one of the 5 areas. The young man was tall and well-built. He was dressed in a jade-green robe, and his long hair was draped behind his back. He had a handsome face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He had a smile on his face at all times, giving off a refreshing feeling. Looking at the young man's position, Duan Lingtian knew that the young man was Yu Lansheng, the true disciple of Yu Haotian, the Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. It's Yu Lansheng. Heavens! Another young prodigy who is suspected to be a 4-star god of war has entered the arena. This Yu Lansheng is the true disciple of Yu Haotian. I heard that he was already a 4-star god of war 10 years ago. Who's that Tang Sanpao? Why is he so unlucky to meet Yu Lansheng? I've never heard of this Tang Sanpao before. Don't tell me he's going to be like Zhong Guiyu and turn this battle around. You're thinking too much. Not every young prodigy is called Zhong Guiyu. Tang Sanpao flew up into the air. Before he left, he didn't forget to smile at Duan Lingtian and the others as he said, "Open your eyes wide. Otherwise, I'll destroy him in the blink of an eye." Don't miss the exciting scene. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, without waiting for Duan Lingtian and the others to respond, he had already entered the arena and stood opposite Yu Lansheng. Mobile version of the fastest updated website, M. Chapter 3482. Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Tang Sanpao. It was not difficult for him to notice that the smile on Tang Sanpao's face had disappeared when he faced Yu Lansheng. It was replaced by an indifferent expression that gave off an unfathomable feeling. If it were not for the fact that Duan Lingtian had been close to him recently, one would have thought he had always been like this. Brother San Bao is quite good at pretending. He really does look like a powerhouse now. Zhong Tianyu smiled. He clearly thought Tang Sanpao was only pretending. Almost everyone felt that there was no suspense in this battle. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Celestial Emperor, Yu Lansheng, was definitely stronger and could easily defeat and eliminate Tang Sanpao, an unknown character. Yu Lansheng was indeed a 4-star god of war. Moreover, he was not an ordinary 4-star god of war. However, to everyone's surprise, Yu Lansheng's attack was blocked by Yu Lansheng. After Tang Sanpao blocked Yu Lansheng's attack, Tang Sanpao attacked again. A terrifying energy swept out and surrounded Yu Lansheng. No matter how hard Yu Lansheng tried, he could not break free from Tang Sanpao's attack even after using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon that had an artifact spirit. In the end, Tang Sanpao continued to suppress Yu Lansheng. Just as Yu Lansheng was about to be trapped in the formation, Yu Lansheng finally crushed the Jade Token and left the formation. Since Yu Lansheng was no match for Tang Sanpao, he chose to flee and admit defeat. 2 moves. In just 2 moves, Yu Lansheng was defeated by Tang Sanpao. How boring. After defeating Yu Lansheng, Tang Sanpao's lazy voice rang in the air. The true disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor is only SOSO. I'm afraid only Yu Dongfang, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Emperor, and Duan Lingtian, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, are worthy of my full strength. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he prepared to return to his seat. Who are you? Yu Lansheng's expression was unsightly. He knew he had done his best, but his opponent was too strong. He was defeated in the first battle of the 4th round of the Devata Realms battle. I'm Tang Sanpao. I'm not as famous as you. Tang Sanpao turned to look at Yu Lansheng. Then, he turned around and flew toward Duan Lingtian and returned to his seat with a smug smile on his face as he said, "What do you think? Did you listen to me earlier? You didn't blink, right?" At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian, even Ling Jueyun could not help but turn to look at Tang Sanpao. It was as though this was the first time he had met Tang Sanpao. Who are you? Why did you approach me? Duan Lingtian asked in a low voice as he frowned. He could not deny that Tang Sanpao's strength had shocked him. Tang Sanpao seemed harmless. Just as Zhong Tianyu had said, no matter how one looked at him, one could not tell how strong he was. However, his true strength was at least that of a 5-star god of war. What did it mean to be a 5-star god of war? In the past few Devata Realms battles of geniuses, the highest number of young 5-star gods of war was 9 5-star gods of war. In the past 10 Devata Realms battles of geniuses, there were only 5 5-star gods of war. It was not easy to become a 5-star god of war before the age of 1000. Duan Lingtian did not think he was charming enough for a young genius with the strength of a 5-star god of war to stick to him like glue. His first thought was that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against him. Su Li frowned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhong Tianyu and the others were looking at Tang Sanpao warily. Could it be that Tang Sanpao was plotting something against Duan Lingtian? What could it be? Tang Sanpao waved his hand nonchalantly in the face of Duan Lingtian's question. I approached you because I wanted to know more about you so I could defeat you in the Devata Realms battles of geniuses and show off in front of that old man. Old man? Duan Lingtian frowned. That's my master. Tang Sanpao said with a smile, that old man used to torture your master. However, when your master returned from the Azura Hell, that old man overestimated himself and went to look for him. In the end, he was tortured badly. It's said that he was tortured by your master's clone, which isn't proficient in the laws. I've been following that old man for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen him in such a sorry state. I only have one purpose in participating in the Devata Realms battles of geniuses. That's to defeat you and show off in front of that old man. You can't defeat his master, but I've beaten up the only true disciple of his master. Tang Sanpao said. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sent a voice transmission to Feng Qingyang to ask if there was such a person. His disciple. Feng Qingyang was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Don't worry, he's not lying to you. Earlier, I felt his attack was similar to that person's, so he must have something to do with that person. I didn't expect him to be that person's disciple. Feng Qingyang said with a sigh. His master was able to defeat you before you went to the Azura Hell? Huilaro told me you were an 8-star god of war before you went to the Azura Hell. Duan Lingtian said in shock. His master is a reclusive expert, a 9-star god of war, a half-step god. Feng Qingyang said. Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian finally understood. A 9-star god of war could easily defeat his master when his master was only an 8-star god of war. However, his master had already attained godhood after he left the Azura Hell. No one below the level of godhood was a match for him. As long as Tang Sanpao's master had not attained godhood, he would not be a match for him. It won't be that easy to defeat me. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Sanpao again and smiled faintly. After his master Feng Qingyang's explanation, he understood that Tang Sanpao did not have any ulterior motives. At most, Tang Sanpao only wanted to defeat him. It seems like you have the strength of a 5-star god of war. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. I've already guessed it. Now that I've heard it from you, I look forward to our battle even more. As soon as Tang Sanpao finished speaking, he looked at Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the main palace, and said loudly, Palace Master Shu, can you list me, Tang Sanpao, and Duan Lingtian together in the next list of names? I can't wait to fight with you. Upon hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Shu Konghai's expression froze. However, he merely looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and ignored him. Continue. Shu Konghai said as he looked at the other participants who had yet to make their moves. The 8 participants immediately made their moves. It was not that they did not want to make their moves earlier, but they wanted to see Yu Lan Sheng, the disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Emperor, fight. Initially, they thought Yu Lan Sheng would win. Who knew Yu Lan Sheng would follow in Meng Fangui's footsteps and lose to a nobody? With this, there were 2 young 5-star gods of war in the Devata Realms battle of geniuses. Moreover, these 2 young geniuses had one thing in common, they were both unknown. How dare he ignore me? He's so arrogant. When I become a god, I'll definitely go to the main palace and beat him up. Tang Sanpao said unhappily as he looked at Shu Konghai's back. At this moment, although there were still 4 battles in the arena, the attention of the crowd was not on them. Instead, they were all observing Tang Sanpao, a person who was as mysterious as Zhong Guiyu. So many people are trying to poach him. When we go back this time, should we tell that old man and have him go to each of them one by one to spar with them? Tang Sanpao muttered to himself as he rested his chin on his hand and looked at the group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. The corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched when he heard Tang Sanpao's words. Tang Sanpao was too ruthless. He wanted his master, a 9-star god of war, to challenge a group of heavenly emperors and vice palace masters. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that Tang Sanpao was trying to poach Duan Lingtian because some heavenly emperors and palace masters from the title temple had sent him voice transmissions. After all, Tang Sanpao was only a sectless cultivator in their eyes. A sectless cultivator like that might only have family and elders, but he did not have a master. He also knew that the person who had transmitted the message to Tang Sanpao was definitely not a god. A god would look at immortals below the god realm the same way. To them, anyone below the god realm was nothing but trash. Although Tang Sanpao was a 5-star god of war now, nobody dared to say that he would definitely become a god in the future. In the history of the Devata realms, there were people like Tang Sanpao who were unable to become a 5-star god of war. Some people might be the same age as Tang Sanpao and were not as strong as Tang Sanpao, but it was not impossible for them to catch up to or surpass him in the future. Naturally, Tang Sanpao still had a huge advantage over Duan Lingtian. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to become a 5-star god of war at such a young age. Soon after, it was evening. At this time, the 4th round of the Devata realms was almost halfway done. Shu Konghai, who was in charge of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, announced loudly, "Next up is the last round of the day. Those who didn't fight today will have their turn tomorrow. Naturally, if you're too slow tomorrow, it might be your turn later." As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, the names of the 10 people who would be fighting in the last round of the Devata realm appeared in pairs in the sky above the 5 areas. As soon as the names of the 10 people appeared, one of them attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian. Mobile version updated the fastest website, M. Chapter 3483. During the 3rd round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duan Lingtian had defeated a 2-star god of war with just 1 strike. After that, no one dared to challenge him during the 2nd round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses. The current battle could be considered as Duan Lingtian's 2nd battle. Duan Lingtian's opponent is Zhu Shaoquan. I've never heard of Zhu Shaoquan before. Is he also a sectless cultivator who lives in seclusion? Many people thought of Tang Sanpao and Zhong Guiyu when they heard the name of Duan Lingtian's opponent was Zhu Shaoquan. Whether it was Tang Sanpao or Zhong Guiyu, both of them were unknown before they fought today. However, both of them had displayed shocking battle prowess. Both of them were 5-star gods of war after all. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian's opponent before, so they could not help but think to themselves. However, their thoughts were soon crushed. Zhu Shaoquan is the young sect leader of the Heavenly Earth Celestial Sect, a heaven-grade force in the Ascension Heaven. He was already a 2-star god of war 100 years ago. During the 2nd round of the Devata realms, he displayed the strength of a peak 2-star god of war. Zhu Shaoquan was rather famous in the Ascension Heaven. However, he was not famous in the Devata realms. Those who were not from the Ascension Heaven did not know about him at all. However, when the people from the Ascension Heaven introduced Zhu Shaoquan, the other geniuses shook their heads. The title temple really cares about Duan Lingtian. They actually chose someone who's clearly not a match for Duan Lingtian. You can't say that. What if Zhu Shaoquan had concealed his strength? What if he suddenly displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war like Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao? Even if he displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, Duan Lingtian might not be a match for him, let alone a 5-star god of war. You're thinking too much. Up until now, the 2 dark horses in the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, it's already shocking enough. I don't think there will be many dark horses in the future. Even if there are dark horses, they won't be as strong as them. As for Zhu Shaoquan, he might not have concealed his strength. Amidst the crowd's discussion, Duan Lingtian and the other 9 people entered the arena together and arrived at the area where he and Zhu Shaoquan would fight. Zhu Shaoquan was a young man dressed in a brocade robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was the kind of person who would not stand out if he was thrown into a crowd. There was nothing special about him at all. Duan Lingtian of. Zhu Shaoquan looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes that were originally calm were suddenly filled with excitement. I know I'm not a match for you, but I still want to see what you're capable of. Yes. Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan nodded. At this moment, the 8 people who were prepared to watch a fierce battle and speculated that Zhu Shaoquan might have concealed his strength were speechless when they heard Zhu Shaoquan's words. Zhu Shaoquan had already admitted defeat before the battle had even begun. I'll make my move then. After Zhu Shaoquan greeted Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan, a jade-green energy surged out of his body and transformed into vines that resembled huge pythons. They swept toward Duan Lingtian as though they were trying to bind Duan Lingtian. However, faced with Zhu Shaoquan's ferocious attack, Zhu Donghuang only needed to teleport to break it. In a flash, he appeared behind Zhu Shaoquan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Zhu Shaoquan seemed to have foresight. When Zhu Donghuang appeared behind him with the teleportation, it was as though he had eyes on the back of his head. The vines on his body swept out behind him and transformed into an emerald cage with the intention of trapping Duan Lingtian inside. Break. Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan took a step forward and muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the air around him trembled, and a large part of the space seemed to shatter. At the same time, any vines that approached Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan were crushed into pieces by the strange spatial energy around Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan's body. It was as if that area was a forbidden area that did not allow anyone other than Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan to enter. This technique, Zhu Shaoquan did not know that Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan had just demonstrated his preliminary understanding of the way of control, the ability to control space. He only thought that this was a technique that Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan had developed through the combination of different profound meanings of the space laws. Duan Lingtian, if you can break this attack of mine, I'll leave on my own, Zhu Shaoquan said softly. Zhu Shaoquan shouted. Then, an ordinary-looking wooden stick appeared in his hand. However, as he poured his celestial origin energy into it, the wooden stick began to emit waves of vigorous energy. The originally withered wooden stick turned green, and green grass began to sprout around it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With a tap of the wooden staff in Zhu Shaoquan's hand, the hundreds of vines instantly revolved and twisted into a ball, transforming into a combination of vines that was like an enormous pillar that charged towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! The vines that were entwined together broke through the air like a giant pillar of wood. The force that erupted from the vines was like a mountain that smashed toward Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan. In the face of this powerful attack, Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan stood still. This scene, as expected, shocked many people. Zhu Shaoquan's attack is definitely one of the most powerful attacks of a two-star god of war. How can he be so careless that he doesn't even try to dodge? Even a three-star god of war would have to react or dodge this attack. What is he doing? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the giant pillar of wood formed by the twisted vines was only 10 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan. This distance was enough to land on Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan in an instant. At this distance, even if Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan was a three-star god of war, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. What is Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan doing? At this moment, many people found it hard to understand Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan's actions. They didn't know why Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan didn't attack or dodge. However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan answered their questions. When the giant pillar of wood was 5 meters away from Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan, it seemed as though it had entered an inviolable place. It was as though there was an invisible force protecting Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan. Upon closer inspection, one would be able to see that the space around Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan was empty. The space around Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan was distorted and folded. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. In just a blink of an eye, the giant pillar of wood was completely destroyed. It did not even touch Duan Lingtian of Zhu Shaoquan's clothes. What's going on? What kind of technique is this? The law of space's profundity can be used like this. The young geniuses present on the scene were dumbfounded. Many heavenly emperors and the palace masters of the title temple's branches rose to their feet in unison as they looked at the purple figure hovering in the air with a shocked expression on their faces. Even the vice palace master of the title temple, Shu Konghai, who was in charge of overseeing the battle of the geniuses in the Devata realms, stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. Although the young geniuses could not see through Duan Lingtian's technique, it did not mean they could not see through it. The Tao of control. It's the Tao of control. Heavens! Not only did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple comprehend the Space Sword Dao on top of his Destruction Sword Dao, but he has also comprehended the Dao of Control? What a genius! He's a monster. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is really lucky to have such a good disciple. He has mastered 2 Daos before becoming a god. Even if he has only mastered 1 Dao, it's only a matter of time before he becomes a god. Since he has mastered 2 Daos before becoming a god, I'm sure he'll be even stronger after he becomes a god. In the opinion of the heavenly emperors and palace masters of the title temples, with Duan Lingtian's potential, as long as he did not die prematurely, he would definitely become a god. Duan Lingtian's comprehension ability was something that even these old fellows who had lived for God knows how many years were envious and jealous of. The Dao of Control? At this moment, even Feng Qingyang was looking at Duan Lingtian in shock. He had just learned that Duan Lingtian had comprehended the Dao of Control. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian could control the space around him. He was like an invincible god in that space. Brother Feng, you didn't know junior nephew Duan has mastered the Dao of Control? It was not difficult for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, to figure this out when he saw Feng Qingyang's expression. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. You've recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu said with an envious expression on his face. Based on his earlier attack, I can tell his mastery of the Dao of Control is not inferior to my mastery of the Devouring Dao. I can't help but be a little curious now. When he becomes a god, what level will his combat strength reach? The strength of the heaven and earth Daos depended on the user's soul. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering change, turning into a divine soul. Using the divine soul to activate the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the power of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth could not be compared to the 4 Daos of heaven and earth activated by the immortal soul. The Dao of Control. There were a few young geniuses in the spectator seats who managed to figure out Duan Lingtian's technique. Ling Jueyun was one of them. He rose to his feet as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on his face. The Space Sword Dao. The Dao of Control. Although they had only grasped the basics of the Space Sword Dao, those who had mastered 2 Daos before becoming a god were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chilean horns in the long history of the realms of gods. All of them were natives of the realms of gods. No one had ever heard of anyone who was not a native of the realms of gods mastering 2 Daos before becoming a god. The heaven and earth Daos were the most mysterious and powerful Daos in the universe. It was the threshold to becoming a supreme expert. Chapter 3484. Since when did the 4 Dao of heaven and earth become so worthless? Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian. He felt as though Duan Lingtian had overturned everything he knew. One had to know that even he, who had the supreme treasure that had caused the destruction of the Ling family and could help people comprehend the limitless Dao, had only grasped the basics of it after hundreds of years. Moreover, his mastery of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth was comparable to Duan Lingtian's mastery of the Space Sword Dao and the Dao of Control. However, Ling Jueyun had only mastered 1 Dao because of the supreme treasure he possessed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian had mastered 2 Dao of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian. I've lost to you again in terms of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. Ling Jueyun looked at Duan Lingtian from afar. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he thought to himself, however, one day, I'll surpass you in all aspect. I'm a direct descendant of the Ling clan in the realms of gods. I won't lose to someone from a mundane realm like you. Ling Jueyun knew he was inferior to Duan Lingtian in terms of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. However, he was not discouraged. After all, whether it was him or Duan Lingtian, both of them had just started on the path of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth. They still had a long way to go. There were still many opportunities for him to surpass Duan Lingtian. The Dao of Control? Although many young prodigies had heard of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian had mastered the Dao of Control. Now that the news had spread, they learned that Duan Lingtian had mastered the Sword Dao, one of the Weapon Dao, and the Dao of Control as well. It said that mastering one of the 4 Dao of heaven and earth will allow one to become a god. It said that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, became a god through the sword Tao. In the Devata realms, it's said that some 9-star gods of war have comprehended laws that are weaker than 8-star gods of war, but their strength is much stronger. This is because those 9-star gods of war have grasped some sort of Tao. Mastering one's Tao isn't enough for one to become a god. One has to improve. Heavens! Duan Lingtian is only 600 years old, but he's already mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Although he's only in the beginning, given enough time, he'll be able to improve his mastery of the Tao. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly emperor Huang Huang, for example, Ding Fu, the emperor of the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven. The heavenly emperor, Di Huang, the emperor of the heavenly heavenly heaven. Most of the young geniuses present on the scene were either from extraordinary backgrounds or the descendants or disciples of reclusive powerhouses. Most of them had seniors who stood at the pinnacle of the Devata realms. Even if they had not come into contact with the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, they had a certain level of understanding of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, they had told their descendants and disciples about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. For this reason, most of the young geniuses present on the scene knew about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Even so, most of them had only heard about the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. During the second round of the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, it was their first time witnessing one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Sword Tao. At that time, most of the young geniuses were unaware that Duan Lingtian had mastered one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. Although some of them had seen through it, they were not certain. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian had easily destroyed Zhu Shaoquan's full-powered attack with the Tao of Control, they could see that Duan Lingtian had mastered one of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of Control. Based on his comprehension of the law of space, he was able to control space. Within a 5-meter radius of him, he was like a god who was invincible. This was a sign that he had mastered the Tao of Control. As he mastered more of the Tao of Control, the strength and range of his control over space would increase correspondingly. He hasn't even become a god, but he has already mastered 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. I've never heard of such a monstrous genius in any Devata realm before, right? Has there ever been such a person in the history of the Devata realms? I'm afraid we'll have to ask the Title Temple about this. That's right. The Title Temple has a long history that's comparable to the history of the Devata realms. I'm afraid the Title Temple is the only place that knows if there's such a monstrous genius in the history of the Devata realms. Many heavenly emperors began to ask the palace masters of the nearby Title Temple's sub-palaces. However, the palace masters of the nearby Title Temple did not know. Although the heavenly emperors did not know, they knew very well what was going on. However, since Shu Konghai, one of the vice-palace masters of the Title Temple's main temple, had spoken to them beforehand, none of them revealed anything. The Devata realms have existed for too long. Although such a person is rare, I'm sure such a person has appeared before. Rulai, the palace master of the Title Temple's sub-palace in the Xian Yuan heaven, replied to one of the heavenly emperors. Although he was responding to Duan Lingtian's question, his eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian. A burning light could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If I pay a huge price and cast a secret technique that I can only cast once in my life to assimilate his soul, I'll be able to steal all of his memories and comprehension. When I, Reverend M.I. Yang, ascended to godhood, I was unable to come into contact with any of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. This time, I've used a secret technique. Not only can I gain complete control over my body, but I can also directly master 2 of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian is really the best gift the heavens have given me, Rulai thought to himself as his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he was looking at a precious treasure. Based on Rulai's words, it was clear he did not belong to Rulai at this moment. Instead, he belonged to someone who called himself Master Mi Yang. Duan Lingtian also noticed Tathagata's gaze, and he instantly became vigilant. It seemed like Rulai was after something. Otherwise, he would not have stared at Duan Lingtian with such a gaze. Duan Lingtian, you're too strong. I, Zhu Shaoquan, am completely convinced. Zhu Shaoquan, who'd long since crushed his jade token and fled, didn't even have the time to ask what ability Duan Lingtian executed earlier when he heard the discussions of the crowd of young geniuses in the surrounding spectating area, and it allowed him to find out what had happened. Zhu Shaoquan smiled at Duan Lingtian before he turned around and returned to the spectator seats. Duan Lingtian followed suit. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian's every move attracted everyone's attention. Duan Lingtian. He was the only true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He had mastered the space sword Dao that was based on Feng Qingyang's destruction sword Dao. He had mastered the Dao of control, another one of the four Daos of heaven and earth. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to not be noticed by all these people. Up until now, I don't think I've seen Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space. Many people suddenly thought of this question. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated two two-star gods of war and defeated Zhu Shaoquan, who was one of the best two-star gods of war, he did not seem to have mastered the law of space. From the beginning until the end, he had only used the teleportation profundity from the law of space. The first time he had used the law of space to cast the space sword Dao, he had only used a single profundity. The second time he had used the Dao of control to defeat Zhu Shaoquan, he had not used a single profundity from the law of space. Maybe his attainments in the law of space are mediocre. He might not have even fused a single profundity from the law of space, someone said. That's impossible. Some people thought it was impossible. Didn't you see his celestial origin energy? His celestial origin energy is at least at the level of a 9 palaces celestial emperor. He's already a 9 palaces celestial emperor and has mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Do you think he hasn't mastered a single profundity from the law of space? Many people thought it was impossible. Of course, there were still some people who voiced their doubts. A person's energy is limited. I admit that Duan Lingtian's comprehension is high, but he's only 600 years old after all. Moreover, he's an ascender who has only ascended for a few hundred years at most. It's already shocking that he has only mastered 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth for a few hundred years. Does he have any other experience in comprehending a single profundity from the law of space? Maybe he hasn't even comprehended all 9 profundities from the law of space. When Duan Lingtian returned to his seat in the spectator seats, he heard all these questions. However, he merely smiled and brushed them off. As soon as he returned to his seat, Tang Sanpao stared at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes. He asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, how's your attainment in the law of space? Why are you asking this? Duan Lingtian asked. He, Tang Sanpao chuckled. If your attainments in the law of space were ordinary, I would definitely fight you even if you had mastered the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. However, if your attainments in the laws of space are also very high, then I won't fight with you. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Moreover, my reputation will be damaged. I don't want to be laughed at by that old man because I lost to you. I'll just make fun of him for losing to your master. I can't give him the chance to make fun of me. When Tang Sanpao said these words, his face did not turn red, and his expression did not change, as if it was natural. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This Tang Sanpao is really a clown. No wonder Zhong Tianyu said that he doesn't look like an expert at all. Compared to Ling Jueyun, they were 2 extremes. You'll find out when we fight. Duan Lingtian smiled. Mobile version of the website, M. Chapter 3485. Not only did Duan Lingtian find Tang Sanpao's words funny, but even Zhong Tianyu and the others were rendered speechless. Why didn't this fellow have the self-awareness of a 5-star god of war who was not even 1,000 years old? Even if that's what he thought, he shouldn't have said it out loud, right? Wasn't it embarrassing? You're keeping me in suspense. Tang Sanpao was slightly annoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his expression quickly calmed down as he said, forget it. In any case, you won't be able to face me in a short time. As long as your opponents are more capable, they'll be able to force you to show your strength. At that time, I'll see if I should just admit defeat and not enter the arena. Even Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Tang Sanpao's words. Among us, Ling Jueyun is the only one who hasn't entered the arena yet. Tang Sanpao's attention quickly shifted to Ling Jueyun. After another 2 rounds, Ling Jueyun's name finally appeared in the sky above the arena. His opponent was someone called Jiang Hengyu. Jiang Hengyu is finally going to enter the arena. 10 years ago, Jiang Hengyu was already a 3-star god of war. I'm sure he's even stronger now. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and the others finally learned about Ling Jueyun's opponent's strength. Although the title temple had introduced each of the 300 participants, including Jiang Hengyu, Duan Lingtian did not pay much attention to the list unless the person was extremely outstanding. Duan Lingtian only remembered that the person was a young genius who was suspected to be a 4-star god of war. Jiang Hengyu was not included in the list. Jiang Hengyu is the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the Upper Celestial Pavilion, a heaven-grade force in the blazing heaven. He's only 800 years old, but he's already a 3-star god of war. Many people say that he has a chance of becoming a 4-star war god before he turns 1,000 years old. That Ling Jueyun is said to be Feng Qingtian's rogue cultivator. Although he's an independent cultivator, he's the strongest among the dozen people Feng Qingtian brought from the title temple. Moreover, during the 2nd round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, he killed a top 2-star god of war as if he was killing a dog. He's at least a 3-star god of war. A few young geniuses from Feng Qingtian said that Ling Jueyun is at least one of the best among 3-star war gods. He might even be a 4-star war god. Similar comments came one after another from the audience. Obviously, many of them had done their homework and had a certain understanding of Ling Jueyun. At this moment, Ling Jueyun entered the ring and faced off against Jiang Hengyu. Jiang Hengyu was a young man in a brocade robe. He had a serious look on his face. He stood next to Ling Jueyun, who had a cold look on his face. The two of them looked at each other silently. Neither of them spoke first, and in the end, neither of them spoke. Swoosh. In the end, Jiang Hengyu made the first move. As soon as he made his move, he took out his celestial weapon. It was an exquisite cauldron. As soon as he threw it out, the cauldron rapidly grew in size. It shrouded Ling Jueyun like a burning volcano as it descended from the sky toward Ling Jueyun. Ling Jueyun's expression was calm as he faced the gigantic cauldron. When the gigantic cauldron got closer and closer to him, another clone of Ling Jueyun leaped out of his body. It was the death clone Profundity from the Law of Death. Black energy swirled around the clone as though black dragons were shrouded in mist. The clone soared into the sky and met the gigantic cauldron fearlessly. Bang! A loud sound reverberated. When Ling Jueyun's death clone clashed with the gigantic cauldron, the flames on the cauldron surged and engulfed Ling Jueyun's death clone in an instant. Jiang Hengyu's expression was solemn and the veins on his forehead bulged. Clearly, he had used up all his strength. Ling Jueyun is being suppressed. Just as many people were thinking this as they watched the scene in front of them. Roar. A beast-like roar was heard. Within the surging flames, Ling Jueyun's death clone appeared. With a pair of blood-red eyes, he opened his mouth and let out a roar. Then, the death energy around him turned into waves of sharp sword qi. Wherever it passed, the flames were extinguished. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the death energy around Ling Jueyun's death clone quickly converged into a single point and condensed on his fist. Then, he punched out and landed on the gigantic cauldron. The terrifying death energy instantly exploded. Bang! Another loud bang was heard. The gigantic cauldron was sent flying by the punch. The flames on it were also extinguished. Not far away, Jiang Hengyu, who was controlling the gigantic cauldron, suffered from the backlash. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body subconsciously retreated a distance. He looked battered and exhausted. I've lost. Jiang Hengyu raised his hand and strenuously retrieved the gigantic cauldron. To be precise, it was the small exquisite cauldron. This was because the gigantic cauldron had gradually shrunk on its way back. When it reached Jiang Hengyu's hand, it was only the size of his palm. He easily grabbed it with one hand. Ling Jueyun had one just like that. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that most of the young geniuses could not react in time. Only those young geniuses with unique eyesight could see some clues. Although it was only a brief exchange of blows, Jiang Hengyu had used all his strength. However, even so, he could not withstand a single blow from Ling Jueyun. In fact, from the beginning to the end, only Ling Jueyun's death clone attacked. His original body stood in the same place and did not move at all. Moreover, he did not use any immortal equipment. If we were to say that in the past, Ling Jueyun was at least one of the best among the 3-star war gods, then now, we are completely sure that Ling Jueyun is at least one of the best among the 4-star war god. That's right. A normal 4-star war god would not be able to defeat Jiang Hengyu's full-strength attack so easily. Ling Jueyun's victory attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone saw with their own eyes that after he defeated Jiang Hengyu, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and sat down. Ling Jueyun and Duan Lingtian seem to have been together all along. That's right, they have been together all along. Oh my god! What kind of combination is that? Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and a 5-star war god, Tang Sanpao. In the beginning, not many people paid attention to Duan Lingtian and the others. However, now that Ling Jueyun had won as well, they had become the center of attention. At this time, more people realized that they knew each other and felt that they were very familiar with each other. Birds of a feather flock together. Don't tell me this is what they mean by birds of a feather flock together. The gazes of the crowd swept over and focused on Duan Lingtian's group of 4, causing Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi to feel extremely pressured as they sat together with Duan Lingtian's group of 4. However, when the other 4 battles began, everyone's attention shifted again. As time passed, the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. In this stage, apart from Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao, there were other people who performed outstandingly as well. For example, Zhong Guiyu, a sectless cultivator who came from the boundless heaven, had surprised everyone since the beginning of the 4th round. There was also Yu Dongfang, the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan heaven. He had displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. As for whether this was the full extent of his strength, no one knew. Unless someone could force him to use even more strength. Apart from that, there were also some people who displayed the strength of a 4-star war god. However, up until now, only Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao had displayed the strength of a 5-star war god. This was because their opponents were 4-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a 5-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. As for the others, there were 5-star war gods as well. However, since their opponents were not 4-star war gods, they did not need to use their full strength to defeat their opponents. If their opponents were weak, they could defeat them without using their full strength. Who would use their full strength? Wouldn't that be equivalent to revealing one's trump card in advance? As for Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao, they could not do anything. Their opponents were 4-star war gods. If they did not display the strength of a 5-star war god, it would be difficult for them to win. The second stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. Shu Konghai, the Vice Palace Master of the main hall of the Title Temple, announced the end of the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. They would have to wait for 3 days. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye for the crowd. 3 days was more than enough time for those who had suffered certain injuries to completely heal and recover. After all, during the first stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Devata Realms, one could crush the Jade Token and leave at any time. Even if the victor was injured, it would not be too serious. Before the second stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses began, many people were looking forward to it. However, when they really started, they would find that the people who performed well in the previous round wouldn't be matched up against other outstanding people in this round. They would be matched up against weaker people. Under these circumstances, even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use the strength of a 5-star war god in this round, let alone those who didn't use their full strength in the previous round. Even Zhong Guiyu and Tang Sanpao didn't use their full strength in this round. In the end, the 75 people who were eliminated were those who had average results in the previous stage. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the rest of the 75 people performed relatively well. It seems like the title temple is planning to save the most exciting duels for the last. Previously, some of the secluded cultivators didn't have any outstanding performances, but after the first stage of the fourth round, I think they'll have a better idea of what's going on. Zhong Tianyu said. That is indeed the case. Wang Ting nodded. During the third stage of the fourth round, Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao were spectators. Chapter 3486. In the third stage of the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, 75 of the 300 participants who had temporarily advanced did not have to participate. The remaining 225 participants would compete for the 25 spots that had temporarily advanced. 225 people were competing for 25 slots, which meant that roughly 1 in 10 would survive. This process was bound to take a long time, at least longer than the first and second stages combined. Moreover, among these 225 people, although there were some who were not weaker than one of the 75 people who had temporarily advanced, there were not many of them. For this reason, the outcome was not as good as before. For this reason, many heavenly emperors left their seats in just a short while. Many young geniuses left as well. On the other hand, none of the people from the title temple left. After all, the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses was organized by the title temple, so it was impossible for them to leave. If they left, they would be punished by the title temple. At this moment, even Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, left with Feng Qingyang. It's boring. Let's go back and cultivate. When the results are out and we are needed, we will come again. Tang Sanpao said to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyun. Duan Lingtian and the other two did not object to Tang Sanpao's words. Therefore, the 4 of them left. Before they left, they asked Zhong Tianyu and the others to inform them after the third stage was over. They had nothing to do with the third stage, but they had to be present during the fourth stage. Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian did not leave. Although the battles were not interesting to Duan Lingtian and the others, they were very interested in the battles. After all, the young geniuses who had managed to survive until now were much stronger than them. They were inspired by the battles between the young geniuses. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. At this moment, most of the young geniuses who were leaving the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses were among the 75 people who had temporarily advanced to the next round. However, if one were to count the number of people who had left, there were at most 20 to 30 people. See you later. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the lodgings arranged by the Primeval Heaven's Heavenly Emperor Palace. After greeting each other, they went back to their own lodgings. After entering the wooden house and closing the door, Duan Lingtian laid on the bed. His heart was as still as water, and it didn't take long for him to fall into a deep sleep. Although it didn't matter if immortals didn't sleep, when they really wanted to sleep, as long as they closed their perception, it was still very easy to fall asleep. Of course, this kind of sleeping state had to be in an absolutely quiet environment, because as long as there was the slightest movement in the wind, it would wake them up. Unlike ordinary people, some people who were in deep sleep could be so deep that they could not be woken up by lightning. As he slept, Duan Lingtian held the guardhood of a paragon in his hand. Before long, he awoke from his dream. In his dream, he saw the same blurry humanoid figure in the void, displaying the profundities of the magical laws of space. The way of control? Soon, Duan Lingtian realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. A blurry human figure appeared in front of a mountain range. He stood there, unmoving like a mountain. All of a sudden, he stretched out his arms horizontally. In the next moment, the void around him shook, twisted, and folded. Then, the twisting and folding of space continued to spread in all directions. At first, it was the surrounding void that fell. Then, the clouds on the horizon fell, and finally, the mountain range beneath his feet fell. Boom. Rumble. Under the baptism of the terrible power of space, the mountain range was twisted by the distorted space and turned into fine powder. At the same time, the clouds in the sky disappeared, and the place where the vague human figure was, only a cloud of dust was left. The range of his Tao of control is truly vast. As for mine, it only covers an area of 5 meters with me as the center. It's just like a small domain. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that although the profundities of most of the laws of space covered a wide area, in terms of power and lethality, they were far inferior to the space covered by the way of control. Within the space controlled by the way of control, the person who used the way of control was the god of that space. After a short while, Duan Lingtian saw the humanoid figure moving again. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Then, he used the law of space to activate the sword in his hand, displaying all kinds of profundities. His sword Tao has the shadow of Master's destruction sword Tao. This ultimate powerhouse divinity is really strange. Does it know the sword Tao that I've comprehended? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Then, he was so frightened that he woke up from his sleep. Duan Lingtian took out the formation plate and set up the isolation formation. With a thought, he opened the little world in his body and communicated with the world-cleansing divine water. Sister Water, why do I feel that the ultimate powerhouse divinity is strange? It actually understands my sword Tao. Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, he could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked the world-cleansing divine water about it. The world-cleansing divine water was the most knowledgeable of the 5 divine elements in his body. Based on the number of years she had lived, it would not be an exaggeration to call her an encyclopedia. That's normal. The world-cleansing divine water was not surprised when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. The ultimate powerhouse divinity is left behind by the ultimate powerhouse after his death. It's a supreme treasure in heaven and earth. Not only can it help the person who obtains it quickly comprehend the laws and Tao he's skilled in, but it also contains a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. With the will of an omnipotent expert, the godhead of an omnipotent expert can be said to be a sentient object to a certain extent. However, even though it has spirituality, it's not a sentient object. It can only do things instinctively. Just as you said, it can understand the sword Tao that you've comprehended. That's one of its instincts. Furthermore, it uses the thoughts of the original owner of the Supreme Expert's Godhead to practice the Tao of sword you've comprehended. Even if the Supreme Expert has never come into contact with the Tao of sword before, he has already mastered the other Taos of heaven and earth. Naturally, you won't be able to compare to him in terms of comprehension of the Tao of sword. The 4 Taos of heaven and earth must have some similarities in certain aspects. The world-cleansing divine water's words completely resolved Duan Lingtian's confusion. As it turned out, the ultimate powerhouse divinity still contained a trace of the ultimate powerhouse's will. Next, Zhu Donghuang glanced at his friends and family in the small world in his body. Seeing that they were all focused on training, he did not disturb them. He closed the small world in his body again and went back to sleep to be a good student. To him, the figure of the ultimate powerhouse divinity in his dreams was a great teacher. Although the 3rd stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses took a long time, it still ended in a month. Among the 225 participants, 25 people had advanced to the next stage. These 25 people were the strongest among the 225 participants. Duan Lingtian, the 4th stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in 3 days. The 100 people who have advanced will be challenged by the 200 people who have been eliminated. When Duan Lingtian received Zhong Tianyu's message in his sleep, he immediately woke up. For the next 3 days, he did not continue to sleep. Instead, he began to cultivate to increase the restless celestial origin energy in his body. In the dreamland, the celestial origin energy in his body was involuntarily controlled by his consciousness to a certain extent. It was the same every time he comprehended the supreme powerhouse divinity. Naturally, it only took him half a day to adjust the celestial origin energy in his body. During the rest of the time, he meditated and thought to himself, I must win first place in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. I must obtain the exploding element celestial fruit. With the exploding element celestial fruit, I'll be able to save a few decades of cultivation time and become a 10-direction celestial emperor as soon as possible. Although Duan Lingtian was a 9 palaces celestial emperor and was only one step away from becoming a 10-direction celestial emperor, it was still difficult for him to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a 6-combo celestial emperor or a 7-star celestial emperor from one basic celestial emperor. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's innate talent and the abundant resources from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods in his little world helped him. Ordinary people would need at least a few hundred years to break through from a 9 palaces celestial emperor to a 10-direction celestial emperor, even if they were extremely talented and stood at the top of the Devata realms. No matter how strong a 5-star god of war is, at most, a 9 palaces celestial emperor who participated in the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Even in the long history of the Devata realms, very few people managed to break through the barrier between a 9 palaces celestial emperor and a 10-direction celestial emperor before the age of 1000. Most of those people had consumed the exploding element celestial fruit or other celestial fruits similar to the exploding element celestial fruit. The Devata realms were huge, and there were 81 of them. It was not surprising that there were other celestial fruits that were comparable to the exploding element celestial fruit in the Devata realms. 3 days later, Duan Lingtian left his room and sent a message to Su Li. Since Su Li did not look for him, Duan Lingtian knew Su Li was still in the Devata realm. Otherwise, Su Li would have greeted him and gone with him. I was in the middle of my cultivation and forgot that today is the 4th stage of the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses. Su Li said with a sigh. Let's go. Duan Lingtian smiled and followed Su Li to the Devata realms genius battle. I wonder how many people will challenge us during this stage. Chapter 3487. In the 4th stage of the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses, including Duan Lingtian, 75 people who had temporarily advanced in the 2nd stage, and 25 people who had temporarily advanced in the 3rd stage, would be challenged by the remaining 200 people who were temporarily eliminated. Each person would be given 10 chances to challenge the remaining 200 people. If each person had 10 chances, there would be a total of 1,000 chances. Naturally, there would not be anyone who would exhaust all their chances. Those who were strong might only need 1 or 2 chances to advance to the next stage. Only those who were weak would need to use 10 chances. Moreover, even after 10 chances, they might not be able to advance. Regardless, the final stage of the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses attracted a lot of attention. Apart from the young geniuses, even the heavenly emperors from the various Devata realms were present. As for the high-ranking officials of the title temple's branches, they had not even finished the boring 3rd stage. It was only natural that they would come to the final stage. Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the main hall of the title temple, appeared. He looked at the young geniuses in the surroundings and said calmly, "Today, the final stage of the 4th round of the Devata realms battle of the geniuses will begin. The 100 people who can stand at the end of this stage will successfully advance to the next round. Since all of you are aware of the rules, I won't repeat them. Now, the 200 young geniuses who have temporarily been eliminated can challenge the 100 people who have temporarily advanced to the next round. As for the latest information, it's still floating above my head. Although most people had already seen the 100 lines of words, they could not help but look at them when they heard Shu Konghai's words. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw his name and the introduction at the back. It was very different from before. Duan Lingtian, from the solitary destructive heaven. He's the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Up until now, his strength is comparable to a top 3-star war god. If he has fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength is comparable to a 4-star war god. This was the title temple's introduction of Duan Lingtian. Regardless of whether he had fused 2 profundities from the law of space, his strength was comparable to a top 3-star war god. This judgment is quite objective. Duan Lingtian nodded inwardly. Then, His gaze landed on Ling Jueyun's introduction. Ling Jueyun, from the Feng Qingtian. His origin is mysterious, but he seems to be acquainted with Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Based on his current strength, he is at least a 4-star war god. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the introduction of Tang Sanpao and Su Li. Tang Sanpao was confirmed to be a 5-star warlord or above. As for the introduction, he was a reclusive individual cultivator. Su Li was a disciple of the Jade Emperor Heaven's Thousand Tribulations sword sect. He had the strength of a 4-star god of war, and he had just become a 4-star god of war. Duan Lingtian, among the 4 of us, you're the one who's hiding the most. Tang Sanpao gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Usually, people who are more sinister hide their strength more deeply. You're quite sinister. Tang Sanpao, it seems like you're very confident in your own strength. Duan Lingtian turned his head and looked deeply at Tang Sanpao. The corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Tang Sanpao felt his hair stand on end. At the same time, he squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm just joking, just joking." At the same time, Tang Sanpao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Duan Lingtian really had the strength to defeat him? There are quite a lot of 4-star war gods. Su Li looked at the name list floating above Shu Konghai's head and said. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian also looked over. Soon, he discovered that there were more than 20 people who were confirmed to be 4-star war gods or above. It seems like after several rounds of advancement, more and more people can't hide their strength anymore. It wasn't difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out this point. There were nearly 34 Star War gods and 5 Star War gods in total. And this was only based on the introduction on the name list. I'm afraid there are very few people who would challenge 4 Star War gods or above. In the previous Devata Realms battles of geniuses, 4 Star War gods are basically guaranteed to enter the top 30. Zhong Tianyu said. The facts proved that it was just as Zhong Tianyu said. As long as it was a 4-star war god on the name list, no one would take the initiative to challenge them in the final stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms battles of geniuses. The 200 people who challenged 4-star war gods or below. Obviously, they were aware of their own strength and knew their chances of winning against a 4-star war god were not high. It could even be said that they had no chance of winning, so they didn't challenge them. Duan Lingtian, there shouldn't be anyone who would challenge us. However, I think there might be someone who would challenge you. Tang Sanpao smiled. Very soon, Tang Sanpao's jinx came true. I, Ouyang Shu, challenged Duan Lingtian. The person who challenged Duan Lingtian was a young man dressed in a green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. At this moment, the young man was standing there. Around his body, there were thin golden sword lights, and there was a huge golden sword that was faintly discernible under his feet. It's Ouyang Shu. He's a young genius from the solitary destructive heaven. Wang Ting's eyes flashed as she said to Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Ouyang Shu is a 3-star war god. He's also a famous young genius in the solitary destructive heaven. He's also a sword celestial. Apart from that, Wang Ting seemed to have recalled something as she continued to say, I heard Ouyang Shu once knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a month, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. However, Lord Heavenly Emperor ignored him. A month later, he left. He's very stubborn. After that, he rose to fame in the solitary destructive heaven and went around challenging young geniuses below the age of 1000. He was undefeated. 100 years ago, he was already a 3-star war god. After that, he went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and knelt there for 3 months, begging Lord Heavenly Emperor to accept him as his disciple. Lord Heavenly Emperor still ignored him. This time, he didn't leave quietly. Instead, he stood outside the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and made a ruckus. Wang Ting looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously before she continued to say, he asked why Lord Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang didn't accept him as his disciple. He defeated Feng Qingyang's only true disciple with just one move, and he even killed him. At that time, he seemed to know you to a certain extent. He knew you're 300 years younger than him. Wang Ting said, all in all, although he didn't dare to say too much back then. But, the meaning behind his words was that the Heavenly Emperor had eyes but no eyes. Yen, it's because of his bad eyesight that he chose you as his successor disciple. Oh, there's such a thing. After hearing what Wang Ting said, Duan Lingtian finally understood why Ouyang Shu's eyes faintly flickered with a fierce light when he stared at him. So it turned out that this was the reason. He was no longer surprised by Ouyang Shu's words. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot in just a blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was standing not far away from Ouyang Shu. He looked at Ouyang Shu calmly and said, "Make your move." Although Duan Lingtian asked Ouyang Shu to make his move, Ouyang Shu seemed to have no intention of making a move. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice, "Duan Lingtian, do you know how long I've waited for this moment?" "I don't know." Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, "I'm not interested in knowing." At the same time, the onlookers also noticed Ouyang Shu's hostility toward Duan Lingtian. Does Ouyang Shu have a grudge with Duan Lingtian? The way he looks at Duan Lingtian is as though he wants to eat him alive. You can see that as well. There must be a grudge between them. Just like Ouyang Shu, I came here with the people from the Title Temple's branch in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Ouyang Shu is a famous young genius in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. However, this is the first time he's meeting Duan Lingtian in the Devata Realm's Battle of the Geniuses. Moreover, there's no enmity between them. No enmity? That's impossible, right? Ouyang Shu has knelt in front of the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven twice, begging to be Lord Heavenly Emperor's disciple. However, as it turned out, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was unwilling to accept Ouyang Shu as his disciple. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Lingtian. Ouyang Shu glared at Duan Lingtian as his eyes flashed with killing intent. "Today, I'll show Lord Heavenly Emperor how weak you are even though you're his only true disciple." As soon as Ouyang Shu's voice fell, his aura soared. Golden light wreaked havoc around his body. It was as if his entire body was covered with a layer of golden light. The golden light on the surface of his body soared and vaguely transformed into a giant sword. Around the giant sword, streaks of golden sword light twirled around it. It was gorgeous and dazzling. "I'll wait and see," Duan Lingtian said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. Upon seeing this, Ding Fu, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven, could not help but laugh. "Brother Feng, your disciple is really calm." Feng Qingyang smiled faintly when he heard Ding Fu's words. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Ouyang Shu, from the beginning until the end, the Heavenly Emperor of the Wind Heaven did not even look at him. "Duan Lingtian, I'll defeat you in 10 moves, Ouyang Shu cried out before he transformed into a sword and charged at Duan Lingtian. Sword rays rained down on Ouyang Shu like a shadow. Many profundities from the law of metal were revealed, including the fused profundities. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sword rays tore through the air and created a series of ear-piercing sword whistles that sounded like the sound of waves crashing on the sea. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 3488. As soon as Ouyang Shu made his move, the entire arena was shrouded in a golden light. When every sword howl flashed out, it faintly carried along a fierce tearing sound as it tore through the air. Numerous sword lights shot towards Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he saw Ouyang Shu's strength. Based on Ouyang Shu's current strength, he was not just a 3-star god of war. He was at least a 4-star god of war. When Duan Lingtian discovered Ouyang Shu's strength, many of the young geniuses in the crowd had also discovered Ouyang Shu's strength. Ouyang Shu is not a 3-star god of war, he's a 4-star god of war. He was a 3-star god of war 100 years ago. It's normal for him to be a 4-star god of war now. A 4-star god of war under the age of 1000. In the Devata realms, there aren't more than 30 to 40 people like him. More than 90% of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms would be willing to accept him as a disciple, right? Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang isn't one of the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. Initially, I thought Ouyang Shu might not be a match for Duan Lingtian if he's a 3-star god of war. I didn't expect him to be a 4-star god of war. In this case, unless Duan Lingtian is a 4-star god of war as well, he won't be able to defeat Ouyang Shu. The title temple had determined Duan Lingtian's strength to be at the peak of the 3-star god of war. This was based on the fact that he had comprehended fused profundities from the law of space. The title temple had only taken into account 2 of the 4 Tao of heaven and earth that he had just mastered. Fancy but impractical. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of space surged out in just a blink of an eye as grey sword rays shot out. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. This scene caused many people to be shocked. Duan Lingtian's attack can actually tear apart space. Any ordinary immortal could tear the space of a mundane plane apart with a wave of their hand. However, the space in the Devata realms was extremely stable. Even a powerful titled celestial emperor would not be able to tear it apart. Rumor had it that only gods who were above celestials could tear it apart. Of course, the tearing here was a complete tearing. When powerful titled celestial emperors fought, they could cause the space around them to tremble and tear apart. However, the tear in space was barely noticeable. However, there was no lack of people with unique insight among the young geniuses present. It's not that his attack can tear space apart. It's that his sword technique contains the dimensional/profundity, and other profundities. The dimensional/profound seems to have fused with other profound meanings. Duan Lingtian's attainments in the law of space are also very high. He has comprehended more than one fusion profundity. Amidst the exclamations of these young geniuses, Duan Lingtian's greyish sword rays had already collided with Ouyang Shu's dazzling golden sword rays. In other words, Duan Lingtian's attack was insignificant compared to Ouyang Shu's attack. The light of Ouyang Shu's attack was like the light of the bright moon, whereas Duan Lingtian's attack was like specks of light, unable to compete with the brilliance of the bright moon. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Under the watchful eyes of the others, when Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Shu's attacks were about to collide, Duan Lingtian's figure teleported everywhere like a ghost. Numerous afterimages appeared in all directions and shrouded Ouyang Shu. Swoosh, swoosh. With Ouyang Shu as the center, the space around him began to vibrate. It was as if an invisible hand was trying to grab him, causing the space around him to shrink rapidly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the golden light around Ouyang Shu's body and the rain of golden swords were strangely drawn in. It was as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and squeezing them continuously. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ouyang Shu was squeezed into a cube. Because his golden energy filled the entire space, the cube appeared. Otherwise, no one would have been able to see that the confined space was a cube. It's the law of space's confinement profundity. He confined Ouyang Shu. It's impossible to confine Ouyang Shu, right? Ouyang Shu is a 4-star god of war. Within the confined space, Ouyang Shu stared at Duan Lingtian from afar and smiled coldly. Naive. Do you think that your puny spatial confinement can confine me? Next, break for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Shu's eyes turned cold. The golden sword qi around him increased in intensity. Break for me. The moment Ouyang Shu made his move, Duan Lingtian's voice seemed to ring in his ears. Duan Lingtian teleported to the vicinity of the confined space and used his way of control to control the space within a 5-meter radius. The entire confined space was covered by Duan Lingtian's way of control. As for the other part of the space that was not covered by the way of control, the grey sword qi followed along with the cracks in the space. Swoosh, 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 boom, 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 boom. Ouyang Shu made his move. The sword qi wreaked havoc as if it could annihilate everything. It fell on the confined space like raindrops and set off thunderous booms that shook the heavens and the earth. However, Duan Lingtian's space-shrouding Dao did not budge at all when he cast his space-shackling Dao. However, there was still a large gap. Ouyang Shu's attack broke through it. However, just as he was pleasantly surprised and thought that he had found a way out, the grey sword chi followed along with the cracks in the space and easily annihilated his golden sword chi. Then, in the blink of an eye, deep sword marks were left on his body. Intense pain came from every part of his body. Ouyang Shu could not help but cry out in shock. He could endure normal pain. However, this kind of pain felt as if thousands of small knives were slicing his body at the same time. The pain that came from every part of his body caused his senses to be stimulated to the extreme. It was unbearable. Bang! With a loud bang, Duan Lingtian destroyed the confined space with a thought. It condensed into a violent spatial energy that landed on Ouyang Shu's body and sent him flying. As he flew out, Ouyang Shu spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the ground. Ouyang Shu, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, was defeated just like that. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. From the beginning to the end, he did not even touch Duan Lingtian. Before he could even get close to Duan Lingtian, he was controlled by Duan Lingtian. He was toyed with in the palm of Duan Lingtian's hand. Hiss, 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 hiss. As Duan Lingtian easily defeated Ouyang Zun, who had the strength of a 4-star war god, the entire audience could not help but gasp. The scene in front of them was something that most people did not expect. This Duan Lingtian is actually able to defeat Ouyang Shu, who has the strength of a 4-star war god, so easily. Oh my god. Even Su Li would at most be able to tie with Ouyang Shu, right? I originally thought that Su Li was already monstrous enough. For him to be as monstrous as Su Li is already very shocking. I did not expect him to be even more monstrous and completely leave Su Li behind. This Duan Lingtian not only grasped 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, but his attainments in the law of space are also not low. After the battle between Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Shu, Duan Lingtian had further displayed his strength. This was something that he had not displayed before, but now that he had displayed it, everyone was shocked. At the same time, many people instinctively turned to look in the direction of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. It's no wonder the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven accepted Duan Lingtian as his direct disciple and rejected Ouyang Shu. Both Duan Lingtian and Ouyang Shu aren't even on the same level. Ouyang Shu is 200 to 300 years older than Duan Lingtian, but their strength is so much weaker. The gap between the two of them is just too big. As expected of the legendary heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Not only is he powerful, but even his direct disciple is monstrous. Moreover, Duan Lingtian seems to have obtained the inheritance of the heavenly emperor of the wind heaven before he became a celestial in the mundane realm. In the past, many people had thought Feng Qingyang's ability to pick a disciple was perfunctory and casual. However, now, they were convinced he had a good eye for talent. All of this was due to Duan Lingtian's performance in the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses. Every time Duan Lingtian makes a move, it's always shocking. I wonder if he used his full strength today. If he didn't use his full strength, he might be a 5-star god of war or even a 6-star god of war. A 6-star god of war. Is that possible? In the history of the Devata realm's battle of the geniuses, it's rare for a 6-star god of war to appear, right? The Devata realm's battle of the geniuses is held once every 1,000 years, and a 6-star god of war only appears once every 10,000 years. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian returned to the spectator area. Naturally, Tang Sanpao, Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jian were waiting for him in shock. As for Su Li and Ling Jueyun, they did not seem surprised at all. At the very least, in their opinion, Duan Lingtian should be this way. If Duan Lingtian could not even deal with Ouyang Shu, they would find it strange. Duan Lingtian, did you use your full strength earlier? Tang Sanpao asked tentatively. However, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently and smiled mysteriously. What? If I used my full strength earlier, are you confident you can deal with me? Tang Sanpao smiled awkwardly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. How could that be? Of course not. With your current strength, I'm afraid that if I were to fight you, we would at most end up in a draw. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 3489. Duan Lingtian's victory over Ouyang Shu, who was a 4-star god of war, had shocked everyone. Not only were the young geniuses shocked, but even the heavenly emperors were shocked as well. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, who was only slightly over 600 years old, to be so powerful. Previously, they were already shocked when Su Li broke through and became a 4-star god of war. They had never heard of a 600-year-old 4-star god of war in the history of the Devata realms. Currently, Duan Lingtian was even more heaven-defying. Although he was about the same age as Su Li, he was already a 5-star god of war. He easily defeated Ouyang Shu, the young genius from the solitary destructive heaven, who was a 4-star god of war. Brother Feng, you've really recruited a good disciple. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the primeval heaven, sighed emotionally as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Although Feng Qingyang only smiled modestly and remained silent, anyone with a discerning eye could see the glint in the depths of his eyes. It was obvious he was not as calm and indifferent as he appeared when he heard Ding Fu's praise. It seems that none of us will challenge you anymore. Tang Sanpao shook his head and said. Now that Duan Lingtian had displayed the strength of a 5-star god of war, the weakest among them was a 4-star god of war. Therefore, it would be easy for them to obtain a spot in the 4th round of the Devata realms. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that no one would challenge them. Not only would they lose, but they might even be injured. After all, even Ouyang Shu, the 4-star god of war, was severely injured by Duan Lingtian. Even with the high-grade healing pills from the title temple, it would take a few days for Ouyang Shu to recover from his injuries. However, since Ouyang Shu had displayed the strength of a 4-star god of war, it would not be difficult for him to obtain a spot in the 4th round. Moreover, after he had temporarily advanced to the 4th round, no one would challenge him anymore. Even if the title temple wanted to send a 4-star god of war to the 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses, no one would have any objections. Boring, boring. 2 days later, Tang Sanpao shook his head and said impatiently. During the 4th stage of the Devata realms Battle of Geniuses, although there were occasionally some people who displayed extraordinary strength, the strongest among them were only 3-star gods of war. Those who were strong had already advanced to the next stage and displayed strength equivalent to a 4-star god of war. Although they felt it was pointless to continue watching since they had no chance of being challenged, they could not leave. According to the rules of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses, they had to stay here until the battle ended. Otherwise, if someone were to challenge them and they weren't there, how would that be? Of course, Duan Lingtian had already begun to close his eyes and meditate a day earlier. Naturally, he didn't dare to reveal the godhead of a supreme powerhouse in public. After all, even his master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, wouldn't be able to protect him. Time flew. In just a blink of an eye, another few days had passed. At this time, the 4th stage of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses was coming to an end. Fewer and fewer people were challenging the participants. Naturally, there were also many people who had used up their 10 chances to challenge the participants. Let's end this quickly. I'm looking forward to the 5th round of the Battle of the Geniuses. Many young geniuses who had not advanced to the next round had similar thoughts. Of course, there were also many young geniuses who watched every single battle with great interest. For example, Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and He Jianyi. Their strengths were inferior to any of the people battling in the field, so they were able to obtain some inspiration from various aspects by watching the battles in the field. It's over. Finally, after a few days, the 4th stage of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses finally came to an end. In the next month, the 100 participants who have advanced to the next round can rest well. The 5th round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses will begin in this place. Shu Konghai, the vice palace master of the title temple, who was in charge of overseeing the Battle of the Geniuses, announced loudly. As soon as Shu Konghai finished speaking, the 4th round of the Devata realms Battle of the Geniuses came to an end. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and the others returned to their accommodations in the heavenly palace of the primeval heaven. Just as they were about to leave, Tang Sanpao called out to Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Ling Jueyun. Zhong Tianyu, Wang Ting, and he Jianyi did not return with them. All of them knew their limits and knew that the three of them were destined to not be in the same circle as Duan Lingtian's group. What's the matter? Su Li asked as he looked at Tang Sanpao. Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyun looked at Tang Sanpao curiously. Do you know about the Primeval Precipice in the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven? Tang Sanpao asked. Duan Lingtian and the others shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's question. A few days ago, the Heavenly Emperor of the Primeval Heaven announced that anyone who enters the 5th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses will be allowed to enter the Primeval Precipice. Tang Sanpao's eyes lit up as he said, now that we've obtained the right to enter the Primeval Precipice, what do you think? Shall we go and have a look? What's that? Su Li asked. Really? You don't know about the Primeval Precipice? Tang Sanpao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Primeval Precipice was left behind by the first Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Palace of the Primeval Heaven. It's said that the first Heavenly Emperor became a supreme powerhouse. However, this is only a legend. Nobody knows if it's true or not. After all, the first Heavenly Emperor never appeared again. He's the one who left the primordial precipice behind. It's said that he devoured the souls of powerhouses who comprehended the profundities of the laws and left them on a cliff in the Heavenly Palace of the Primordial Heaven, Duan Lingtian said. Although that place isn't as direct and straightforward as the titled God Emperor's Law Chamber, which directly helps you increase your comprehension of the laws, for those who have never been there before, their comprehension of the laws will still be greatly improved. The higher the comprehension ability, the more benefits there will be. Tang Sanpao said. There is such a place. After hearing Tang Sanpao's words, Su Li was tempted. Even Duan Lingtian and Ling Jiuyun were a little tempted. Where is the primordial precipice? Su Li took the initiative to ask. He. Come with me. Earlier on, I had already discovered the location of the primordial precipice. Earlier, I saw Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heaven, and Zhong Guiyu, the reclusive sectless cultivator, heading in that direction. It's obvious they're heading to the primordial precipice as well. After saying that, Tang Sanpao led Duan Lingtian and the others to the other side of the Heavenly Palace of the Primordial Heaven. This was a remote mountain range. Occasionally, they would see the patrolling elders and disciples of the Heavenly Palace of the Primordial Heaven. Usually, each patrolling elder would bring 10 patrolling disciples with him. When Duan Lingtian and the others arrived, they were stopped and questioned. After their identities were confirmed, they were allowed to leave. Soon after, under Tang Sanpao's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at a huge mountain shrouded in clouds. The mountain towered into the sky like a pillar that supported the heavens, and it was shrouded in clouds from halfway up the mountain. That was no ordinary cloud. With a single glance, one could tell that it was a cloud formed by an array formation. Outside the huge mountain, there were even more patrolling guards from the Heavenly Palace of the Primordial Heaven. It's really heavily guarded. Tang Sanpao sighed. The Primordial Precipice is a treasure of the Heavenly Palace of the Primordial Heaven. Every Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven treats it like a peerless treasure. I didn't expect the current Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven to be so generous as to allow us to enter. Of course, some people say the Title Temple must have offered a hefty reward for the Heavenly Emperor of the Primordial Heaven to allow outsiders to enter. If that's the case, the Title Temple has done a good deed. Tang Sanpao said. The Title Temple? Duan Lingtian frowned. Although he did not have much contact with the Title Temple, based on what his master, Feng Qingyang, had told him, the Title Temple was not a selfless and generous force. Even the Title Temple held the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses to recruit young geniuses from various Devata realms to join the Title Temple. Rumor had it that some sectless geniuses with no background would be forcefully imprisoned by the Title Temple. The Title Temple would use a secret technique to plant restrictions in their bodies to force them to work for the Title Temple. In short, the Title Temple was not a good organization. Are all of you participants in the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses? Soon after, a patrolling team from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others and blocked their path. Yes. Tang Sanpao nodded. Wang Ku, bring them to the people from the title temple. The leader of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven said to a disciple from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven. The disciple quickly led Duan Lingtian and the others to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived at the other side of the mountain, Duan Lingtian and the others saw some people who had also entered the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses had arrived before them. Tathagata. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw the people from the title temple. One of them was none other than Tathagata, the palace master of the title temple's branch in the yellow origin heaven. Meanwhile, Tathagata seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze as well. His sharp gaze pierced through the void and instantly landed on Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian, a hint of greed flashed in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 3490. Duan Lingtian did not expect Tathagata would be here as well. However, when he thought about Tathagata's identity, he felt relieved. Since they had advanced to the fourth round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, it was only natural that the title temple would send people to maintain order and verify their identities. Gentlemen, as long as your identities are verified by the title temple, the people from the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven will bring you to the Primeval Precipice. A disciple from the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven who led Duan Lingtian and the others here said to Duan Lingtian and the others. Just as Duan Lingtian had expected, Tathagata was here to verify their identities. However, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why would Tathagata, the palace master of a title temple's branch of the title temple, be here to verify their identities? When Duan Lingtian recalled how Tathagata had targeted him earlier, he quickly sent a message to his master, Feng Qingyang. Master, I'm preparing to enter the Primeval Precipice. The people in charge of verifying the identities of those who enter the Primeval Precipice are led by Tathagata, the palace master of a title temple's branch of the title temple. I find it strange that a palace master of a title temple would personally come here. Normally, a vice palace master of a title temple would be able to handle this. Duan Lingtian voiced his concerns. Previously, Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master, Feng Qingyang. Now that his master was not around, there was no telling what Tathagata would do. However, he did not know why Tathagata was targeting him. Could it be because he had successfully cultivated the flaming yellow physique? In any case, for safety reasons, Duan Lingtian had informed his master, Feng Qingyang, about this. Based on his master's relationship with Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, it should not be difficult for him to enter the Primeval Precipice. It was just as Duan Lingtian had thought. Almost as soon as he sent the message, his master, Feng Qingyang, went to look for Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Ding Fu, the heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven, was the one who allowed the 100 participants to enter the Primeval Precipice. To Ding Fu, the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven was his home, and the Primeval Precipice was his backyard. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that if he wanted to enter the primordial precipice, it would not be so smooth. Perhaps Tathagata would make things difficult for him. But to his surprise, Tathagata let him in directly without any intention of making things difficult for him. Could it be that he wants to do something inside? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Before entering the Primeval Precipice, he sent a message to his master. Then, he entered the Primeval Precipice with Su Li, Ling Jueyun, and Tang Sanpao. The Primeval Precipice was located on a steep cliff surrounded by clouds and mist. To get close to it, one had to have someone from the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven open a gap in the formation. Without someone from the heavenly palace of the Primeval Heaven, even a god would not be able to enter. After all, the formation was set up by the first heavenly emperor of the Primeval Heaven. Moreover, when he set up the formation, he had been a god for many years and was considered a powerhouse among gods. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the formation, his eyes lit up. The clouds and mist had completely disappeared, and a natural gigantic mountain peak appeared in front of them. The mountain was lush with greenery, birds chirping, and flowers blooming. "They're up there," Tang Sanpao said as he looked up at the sky. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Su Li followed his gaze and saw familiar figures at the top of the mountain. Since they were too far away, they looked like tiny black dots in the sky. Almost everyone is here. When Duan Lingtian arrived near the Primeval precipice, he discovered there were already 70 to 80 people gathered here. Many of them were injured during the last stage of the 4th round of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. However, even though they were injured, they still managed to make it here. Duan Lingtian could understand why they were so stubborn. Although these people were injured, this was a rare opportunity to enter the Primeval precipice. Perhaps, they would be able to gain some insights and improve their strength. Perhaps, they would be able to achieve better results in the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. The laws contained in the Primeval precipice are all in different places. Let's split up and look for them. After Duan Lingtian's group arrived at the Primeval precipice, they noticed this problem. Su Li frowned as he spoke. "All right." Duan Lingtian and the others nodded. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice rang in the air when Duan Lingtian was about to search for the Primeval precipice that contained the law of space. Duan Lingtian instinctively looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar face. Yu Dongfang? It was none other than Yu Dongfang, the third true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Shenyuan Heavenly Palace. "Duan Lingtian, you're stronger than I thought." Yu Dongfang approached Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to possess the strength of a 5-star god of war when you're only slightly over 600 years old. When I was your age, I'm afraid you could easily defeat me." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. "You're quite strong as well. You're still hiding your strength. You're at least a 5-star god of war, right?" Yu Dongfang smiled and said, "I look forward to our duel." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded and said, "I still have to look for the Primeval precipice that contains the law of space, so I won't chat with you any longer." "All right." Yu Dongfang replied and left. He was also looking for the Primeval precipice that contained the law of space that he was skilled in. At the peak of the giant mountain, the primordial precipice wasn't all together. Each primordial precipice could only allow one person to comprehend the primordial precipice. If someone was on a primordial precipice, as long as someone's consciousness touched it, the others couldn't explore that primordial precipice. Along the way, Duan Lingtian had also sensed the fluctuation of the law of space on the Primeval precipice. However, there were already people on the Primeval precipice. Although the law of space was one of the 4 supreme laws and there were not many people who had comprehended it, the participants of the Battle of Geniuses this time were the most outstanding young geniuses under the age of 1000 in the Devata realms. In particular, there was only one person in each Devata realm who was qualified to enter the Battle of Geniuses. Over there. After a while, Duan Lingtian sensed the fluctuation of the law of space again. Then, he saw a Primeval precipice that was devoid of people. He quickly moved over and occupied the Primeval precipice. After observing his surroundings, it was not difficult to see a few people in front of the Primeval precipice. The primordial precipice was actually a special precipice in front of the cliff. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a special power pulsing within it. One could vaguely see some light on its surface. For example, the Primeval precipice that Duan Lingtian was standing on was emitting a faint grey light. This was the color that appeared when one merged the law of space's space elemental profundity with one's celestial origin energy. I can comprehend the law of space just by using my divine consciousness. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian divided a portion of his divine consciousness and merged it with the Primeval precipice. The other portion of his divine consciousness remained vigilant of his surroundings. Moments later, after Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the primordial precipice, an image appeared in his mind. An old woman in green was fighting with a burly middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was skilled in the law of earth. His entire body was airtight, and it was difficult to injure him. However, in front of the middle-aged man who was skilled in defense, the green-clad old woman merely raised her hand, and 9 spatial rifts appeared around the middle-aged man. 9 cross-dimensional/profundity appeared and shot toward the middle-aged man. Bang! 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 In the beginning, the middle-aged man managed to block the old woman's attack. However, the old woman's figure flickered and turned into nothingness. Then, the 9-dimensional slash attacks fused together with the much dimmer spatial light. The moment the old woman appeared behind the middle-aged man, she grabbed the condensed attack in her hand and slashed at the middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! Bursts of earthy yellow light appeared around the middle-aged man's neck, forming an airtight defense. Even then, it was useless. Buzz! Although the old woman's attack could not penetrate the middle-aged man's defenses, it was still able to cut through the middle-aged man's defenses. In the end, it successfully severed the middle-aged man's head. Fusion of 4 profundities. It's the fusion of the law of space's transportation profundity, teleportation profundity, cross-dimensional/profundity, and distortion profundity. After all, even among the heavenly emperors in the Devata realms, there were very few people who could comprehend the fusion of 4 profundities from a law. Once one comprehended the fusion of 4 profundities from a law, even if one was not a divine beast or a mutant, one would still be able to become an 8-star god of war. If one had mastered the fusion of profundities from a law, one would have the strength of a 9-star god of war. Swoosh! After the old woman killed the middle-aged man, the scene in Duan Lingtian's mind changed to the scene above a lake. It was still the old woman, but her opponent had changed. In the end, the old woman still managed to kill her opponent. Swoosh! 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 The changes in the images allowed Duan Lingtian to gain a deeper understanding of the old woman's technique. The primordial precipice is really a good place. Multiple battles with the same person are equivalent to multiple floating image pearls that record the same person's battle. The value of a set of floating image pearls is comparable to an ordinary emperor-grade celestial weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Chapter 3491. Duan Lingtian sighed as he stood in front of the primordial precipice. After Duan Lingtian entered the primordial precipice, Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall, did not personally verify Duan Lingtian's identity. After all, other people could do the same. How confident are you? A figure stood near the primordial precipice. Even the people from the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven did not notice him. At this moment, he was looking at Tathagata, the hall master of the title temple's Xian Yuantian Heaven Hall. Don't worry, Vice Hall Master Shu. I'm 90% confident. Tathagata replied confidently. You're not 100% confident. The person standing in front of Tathagata was none other than Shu Konghai, the Vice Hall Master of the title temple's main hall. Tathagata was the one who had planned this. However, Tathagata had invited him to oversee the situation in case Feng Qingyang arrived too early and delayed his plan. He needed more time. For this reason, Tathagata had invited Shu Konghai here in hopes that Shu Konghai would be able to delay Feng Qingyang at the critical moment. This was to prevent Feng Qingyang from arriving too quickly and ruining his plan. Naturally, Tathagata would not tell Shu Konghai that he was planning to possess Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Shu Konghai was unaware that Tathagata's body was currently being controlled by Yahiko from the undead world. Yahiko was very cunning. He knew the title temple would not let go of Duan Lingtian, who had mastered 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth so easily. For this reason, he had told Shu Konghai that he would capture Duan Lingtian and send him to the main hall. In fact, he had already made up his mind. As long as he could successfully abduct Duan Lingtian, he would find a place where no one could find him. After 100 years, his divine soul would recover and he would possess Duan Lingtian. Then, he would release Tathagata to bear the brunt of the title temple's wrath. As for Feng Qingyang's anger, it was difficult for him to transfer it to Tathagata. He knew this very well. Feng Qingyang and the heavenly emperor of Shenyuan Heaven, Gongsun Shenyuan, were old friends, so he believed Gongsun Xuanyuan's words. Gongsun Shenyuan also knew that Yahiko had taken control of Tathagata's body. On the other hand, the title temple would not believe Gongsun Xuanyuan's words so easily. Even if they did, they would not give up so easily. Actually, I'm 100% sure. But, there's always the possibility of an accident, so I can't be too sure. Seeing that Shu Konghai was frowning with dissatisfaction, the Buddha, or Master Yahiko, narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Yes. Shu Konghai nodded. Prepare yourself and make a move as soon as possible. As you said, Feng Qingyang left a divine soul imprint on Duan Lingtian. If you make a move on him, Feng Qingyang will know immediately and rush over. Understood. Master Yahiko nodded before he left. He immediately went to look for the elder of the primordial heaven who was in charge of controlling the primordial precipice formation. I would like to enter the primordial precipice formation. The elder of the primordial heaven frowned when he saw Master Yahiko. He said hesitantly, Temple Master Tathagata, the primordial heaven's heavenly emperor palace has only agreed to allow 100 young geniuses to enter the primordial precipice formation. I'm afraid you can't enter. Tathagata was not surprised to hear the elder's words. He smiled faintly and said, Elder, I'd like to enter the primordial precipice formation to take a look at my disciples. I want to see if I can give them some pointers while they're comprehending the primordial precipice formation. Can you do me a favor? Tathagata said as he took out a ferule from his spatial ring. This ferule is an emperor-grade celestial weapon that I used in the past. Although its artifact spirit is injured and it'll take many years to recover, we Celestials don't lack time. If you're willing to do me a favor, this ferule will belong to you. What do you think? A bright smile appeared on Tathagata's face when he finished speaking. The elder of the primordial heaven's heavenly palace's eyes lit up when he heard Tathagata's words. However, he said warily, Temple Master Tathagata, I'm afraid you don't just want to enter the primordial precipice formation to give pointers to your disciples, right? An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Even if the artifact spirit was injured and it would take many years to recover, Tathagata was right. I like to talk to smart people. Tathagata smiled. Does it matter to you what I do in the primordial precipice formation? If something happens, you can just say that I forced you to enter the primordial heaven's heavenly palace. Even if you can't handle it, don't tell me an emperor-grade celestial weapon isn't enough for you to leave the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven and escape punishment. Tathagata asked. On Tathagata's face, there was also a victorious smile. He did not think Tathagata would refuse. An emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit was extremely tempting to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. It was worth it even if he had to betray the heavenly palace of a Devata realm. The elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven's expression changed several times before he finally accepted the ferule. Thank you, Temple Master Tathagata. As soon as he finished speaking, the elder of the heavenly palace of the primordial heaven opened the formation and allowed Tathagata to enter. Temple Master Tathagata, please enter. All right. Tathagata nodded. A hint of greed could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he flew into the primordial precipice. It was as though there were precious treasures waiting for him inside the primordial precipice. After entering the primordial precipice, Tathagata concealed himself so that no one would be alerted. Not long after, he found traces of his target this time. A handsome young man in a purple robe with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes stood in front of a primitive precipice, comprehending the law marks left behind on the precipice. The faint aura of the law of space spread out from the precipice. This body is much stronger than mine. The greed in Tathagata's eyes surged. He waved his hand, and in an instant, 36 golden beads flew out. They floated in the air in a very orderly manner, forming some kind of resonance with each other. Swoosh. Thus, a formation was set up. Tchem. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the primordial precipice, sensed something amiss with his divine consciousness and quickly regained his senses. With just a glance, he saw the formation that enveloped him and a large space around him. There was also a familiar figure. Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Title Temple's Xian Yuantian Branch Temple. Hall Master Tathagata. Duan Lingtian turned around and looked at Tathagata with a grave expression. Why are you here? I'm here for you. Tathagata stared at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes. He was like a wolf that had not eaten for a long time and was drooling over Duan Lingtian. I want to know. Why are you targeting me? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly. This was something that had been bothering him for a long time. Targeting you? Tathagata was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No, you're wrong. I'm not targeting you. I'm just interested in your body. And your comprehension of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth. As his voice fell, the greed in Tathagata's eyes, or more accurately, in Master Yahiko's eyes, was undisguised. You want to possess me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He finally understood why Tathagata dared to probe him in front of his master when he knew he had the flaming yellow physique. It turned out that he wanted to possess him. Yes. Yahiko answered again. However, because my soul was injured by your master Feng Qingyang, I have to wait for 100 years before I can possess you. For the next 100 years, I will imprison you in my small world. I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint on you. However, even if his soul imprint is here, he won't be able to save you this time. Master Yahiko took a step forward and said coldly, I know you have Feng Qingyang's soul imprint. I will destroy his soul imprint so that at most he will know that his soul imprint was destroyed here, but he won't know who destroyed it. By the time he comes, I will have already left. Yahiko smiled brightly. In the future, when I possess your body and master 2 of the 4 Taoes of heaven and earth, coupled with my own means. Once I become a god, I will use your body to kill Feng Qingyang. That scene will be wonderful. I'm looking forward to it. Yahiko's eyes flashed. Now, I will destroy the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on you and imprison you. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better cooperate. As soon as Master Mi Yang's voice fell, the spirit array that enveloped the area suddenly activated, and from his body, waves of extremely terrifying oppressive force swept out. The formation was used to prevent the soul imprint Feng Qingyang left on Duan Lingtian from transmitting information to the outside world. As long as the information was not transmitted, Feng Qingyang could only sense where his soul imprint was destroyed, but not what happened. He did not want to expose himself for the time being. However, Duan Lingtian remained calm as he faced Yahiko. Thank you for answering my question. Duan Lingtian's calmness was beyond Yahiko's expectations. At the same time, he could not help but have a bad feeling about this. Almost at the same time, he felt an ominous premonition. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in the air was earth-shattering. Then, the 36 dazzling pearls that formed the formation shattered, and the formation was destroyed. In the next moment, a figure appeared next to Duan Lingtian. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Mi Yang. Naturally, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Feng Qingyang who had just appeared next to Duan Lingtian, Yahiko was none other than Tathagata, the Hall Master of the Title Temple's Xian Yuantian sub-temple. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.